Good afternoon, everybody. It's a real pleasure to be here today at the Museum of Flight for our meeting. We don't usually get to get out of Pier 69 in the airport and do these meetings out in the community, but for me this is a particularly special one. The Museum of Flight holds a lot of fond rainy day memories with my kids who are 12, 9, and 6 right now. So it's really fun to be here and to get to celebrate a couple of really great port initiatives that are part of these communities too. So my name is Commission President Ryan Calkins. I'm convening the regular meeting of October 25th, 2022. Time is 12:03 p.m. We're meeting in person today at the Museum of Flight in the Skyline Room and virtually through Microsoft Teams. Clerk Hart, can you please call the roll?
Thank you. Beginning with Commissioner Cho.
Present.
Thank you. Commissioner Hasagawa.
Present.
Thank you. Commissioner Mohammed.
Present.
Thank you. And Commissioner Hawkins.
Present.
Thank you. You do have a quorum established today.
Due to the continued virtual component of participation for our meetings, we have staff, external presenters, and members of the public who may be participating on their personal devices or from their phones today. We made arrangements to accommodate the virtual format. Later, we'll take public comment on items related to the conduct of the court from people who are participating by Teams, as well as from those in person who signed up to speak. For anyone participating on Teams, please mute your speakers when not actively speaking or presenting. Please keep your cameras off unless you are a member of the Commission or Executive Director participating virtually, or you are a member of staff in a presentation or are actively addressing the Commission. Members of the public addressing the Commission may turn on their cameras when their name is called to speak. For anyone at the dais here today, please turn off the speakers on any computers and silence your devices. When you're recognized to speak, you will press the button for your microphone to be audible. You will press it again to silence it when not actively speaking. All of the items noted here will ensure a smooth meeting. Thank you. All votes today will be taken by the roll call method since there is a virtual component to the meeting, so it is clear for anyone participating virtually how votes are cast. Commissioners will say aye or nay when their name is called. To be equitable, I will ask that all commissioners wait to be recognized before speaking. We're meeting on the ancestral lands and waters of the Coast Salish people, with whom we share a commitment to steward these natural resources for future generations. The meeting is being digitally recorded and may be viewed or heard at any time on the Port's website and may be rebroadcast by King County Television. Please stand or join us for the Pledge of Allegiance, and our flag today is going to be on the wall. And I do want to just recognize that all the work that our staff has done to make this remote meeting possible. It's a lot of extra work, so thank you all for this. Commissioners, we have a long agenda today. As you know, we're in budget season. There's a lot to get through. I'm therefore asking commissioners to note presentation slide numbers in as much as possible so that we can hold questions until the very end. We'll then go back to those slides as needed. But we're going to try to limit our questions to one round per commissioner in order to efficiently proceed through the business of the day. Thanks for your assistance in advance. The first item of business today is approval of the agenda. I'll note that agenda item 11A, the Duwamish Valley Community Equity Program and Duwamish River Green Jobs Program briefing, will be reordered and taken up immediately after public comment prior to consideration of the consent agenda. Are there any items to be pulled from the consent agenda or motions to rearrange the orders of the day? Okay. Commissioners, the question is now on approval of the agenda. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
The motion has been made and seconded. Is there any objection to approval of the agenda as presented? Hearing none, the agenda is approved as presented. Clerk Hart, can you please read our special orders of the day into the record?
Yes, this is agenda item 4A, the Raceback Aviation High School student presentation on the Green Energy Teen Solar Car.
Wonderful. Okay. I'm pleased today we have a group of students with us from the Highline School District's Raceback Aviation High School. And I'd like to thank Principal Therese Tipton for facilitating their attendance with us today. Alexis Lee, Opal Heltzel, Hagen, Rankin, and Timothy Joe, thank you for being with us today. Alexis and Opal are seniors, and Hagen and Timothy are juniors. Raceback Aviation High School is one of Washington State's premier public high schools of choice and is designed for students with a passion for aviation and aerospace. The high school is fittingly located right across the street from today's commission meeting at the Museum of Flight. There has always been a natural and obvious synergy between the Port of Seattle and the high school, and it all started when the Port of Seattle contributed roughly $10 million to the school's construction. For those who haven't visited Raceback Aviation High School, I urge you to do so. It's a state-of-the-art facility and the perfect learning environment for the aviation workforce of the future. The Port also works closely with the high school to offer their students experiences and events that expose the students to the variety of aviation-related careers that exist within an airport. Each year, the Port designs and implements a comprehensive aviation real-world environmental challenge that the students serving in their role as airport consultants are tasked with solving. I've had the honor of serving as a judge in years past and was so inspired by the students and their capabilities that it was one of the catalysts for why I pushed so hard for Maritime High School. New this year, the Port is also working with the high school's freshman class to provide early career awareness opportunities. Just last month, Port representatives from aviation operations, security, customer service, and ICT spent the day with the students talking about their careers and engaging with them in a series of mini challenges. Students at Raceback are achieving amazing things, and today we have a group of students from the high school's Green Energy team. The Green Energy team is learning about science, technology, engineering, and math by building and racing a solar-powered car. You might have read a Port of Seattle story about the team from earlier this year, but rather than me providing a recap, let me ask the students to explain more about the team's purpose and its work to date. I'll turn it over to you guys.
Yeah? Okay, thanks. All right, good afternoon. My name is Alexis Lee. Thank you for that very nice introduction. I am the team president of the Raceback Aviation High School Green Energy team.
I'm Opal. I'm the treasurer of the team.
I'm Hagen Rankin. I'm the vice president of the team.
My name is Timothy Joe, and I'm a member of the team.
Next slide, please. So what is the Raceback Aviation High School Green Energy team? Well, we're a student-led team that has a goal of completely designing, building, testing, and then racing a roadworthy solar car. So this is really cool because students like us get to learn through the context of renewable energy and apply it to real-world problems. Next slide.
So yeah, through the Green Energy team, students are getting shop experience. They're learning how to machine parts, use machining equipment. We're also learning as a team and working as a team. It's a large project, so we're learning how to work together, how to do leadership and stuff. We're also interacting with industry professionals. We are, we're...
Oh, hurry up. It's been forever. I saw Paul.
Okay. One sec while we mute that participant. Go ahead.
Okay, so we're interacting with industry professionals. We're learning about things like solar energy. We've gotten to go to the UW and learn at the clean energy test beds and learn about equipment there and use equipment there that all has to do with green energy and renewable energy. And in general, we're just like learning how to run a team and how to, yeah. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, yeah.
Okay, so our members have various different types of interest. So some people might want to work more on the physical car, and some people want to work more on outreach and fundraising or logistics. So for this reason, we split our team into different sub-teams to sort of separate the different types of work that we do. So we have a structural mechanical team, which oversees the design and construction of the actual mechanical components of the car. We have an electrical team, which manages the design and construction of the electrical components of the car. the telemetry and strategy team, which maintains the data acquisition system on our car and designs the race strategy for our competition. We have an outreach and fundraising team, which manages our sponsors, and this team reaches out to different companies to try to fundraise for our team, because our team has a budget that we cannot afford, so we have to ask other people to donate if they can. We have also a logistics team which manages just general logistics. A very important part, probably perhaps the most important part, is the actual trip to Texas, which is where we usually have our competitions. There's an entire logistics planning process that this team goes through.
Next slide.
So the Solar Car Challenge is a national solar car challenge for high school students from across the nation. We are the only team from Washington State, and we travel down there in July for a 7-day trip. So 3 of those days we have to spend our time proving that our car is safe to race. So there's a very thick rule book that we have to comply to, and we have to justify all of our engineering decisions from the entire year. Once we qualify, it's a 4-day endurance race at the Texas Motor Speedway. We have participated in 3 races as a team. In 2019, we won our first national championship as a rookie team. We were back in 2021. It was a COVID year, so we skipped 2020. And then we were back this last summer, completing 806 total laps, a brand new, crushing our own record from 2019, making us back-to-back national solar car champions.
Wow.
Woohoo! Next slide.
Okay, so 2019 was the first year that we built a solar car. And this year we were mostly just focusing on building the car itself, and there were a lot of things that we could improve on. So in 2021, we built our second car, and this year we put the first month or so purely into the design of the car. So we put a lot more thought into aerodynamics and a lot more small things that we weren't thinking of initially. And then in 2022, we further refined that design with the same car, and I think we did pretty well. That was this year. Next slide. So this is what we're working on right now. For this year's solar car race, it is a cross-country race from Fort Worth, Texas to Palmdale, California, as opposed to a track race. This changes the game a lot. We're still focusing on the same goals, which is making the car as efficient as possible, but now we also have to take into consideration there are more turns, like slowing down. There are some other design changes this year, like hopefully we will be moving to a carbon fiber shell, which gives us a little bit more freedom in the design. So we're exploring some new designs, and we're using CFD to test our aerodynamics. We're testing out some theories that we found from different college teams, and trying to see what works the best for us. And then the other thing we're working on right now is onboarding and training our new members so that they can hopefully build more cars in the future. Next slide.
So if you want to stay in touch, we have a website where we post blogs fairly frequently. We have social media accounts such as Instagram, Twitter, and YouTube as well. Next slide. Yeah, so does anyone have any questions?
You caught me. I'm trying to look up your Twitter account so I can follow you guys. I will get to that later. Yeah, I think we would love to do some questions for you guys. Commissioners?
How old are you guys?
I'm 16.
I'm 16 too. 17.
I'm also 17.
Yeah,
Says the commissioner who's scarcely 30.
Yeah, I don't know if I have any questions, but I did just want to make a comment of how blown I am away of all the stuff that you've done in such a short amount of time. I think everyone in this room was looking forward to this presentation, but I didn't really realize how the breadth of work that you guys are all doing. You guys are leading teams and doing things that I think basically what professionals in, in their 30s, 40s, 50s are doing, and you guys are so far ahead of obviously where I was when I was your age, but also just, I'm totally inspired right now, and hopeful and excited about the future. The fact that we are investing in you all, and you all are doing this work at such a young age. I just can't wait to see what you guys are going to do 10 years from now. So thank you so much for coming here and providing your presentation, and I'll be following along on Twitter and Instagram.
Commissioner Hasayama.
Your parents must be so proud of you. What you're doing is really, really impressive work. You're doing what presents as college-level work, comparing findings from previous studies and trials, applying it to your own theories, and testing those hypotheses with the proof in the pudding with improved performance outcomes. I, for one, am deeply inspired to know that one day it's you who will not be the 16 or 17-year-old high school student saving the world and defining our future, but calling the shots and serving as the future port commissioners and being the professionals in the field, leading teams and taking the advancements even further. Thank you so much for coming here and sharing for all of us here. It's a full room today at the Museum of Flight about the work that you're doing. I also want to acknowledge that what's not in your presentation, but what you did share with me before the meeting, is that you also do advocacy. And so can you just share a little bit about, besides the Port of Seattle Commission, have you been to city councils or county councils or any federal agencies to share your work with them?
Well, thank you, commissioners, for your comment. We really appreciate it, and we wouldn't be able to do this without your support. But yes, part of our team is we do need that outreach piece, right? So we have to completely fundraise this project on our own. And while we would like to take credit for some of the things that we are doing right now, we wouldn't be able to do it without our mentors and our sponsors. So getting those industry professionals, Opal just talked to the FAA this past week. I'll let her touch on that in a second. But having those opportunities at our high school, as well as going out there and reaching out and saying, hey, we don't know how to build a carbon fiber mold. Would you be willing to share your experience or direct us in that area?
Yeah, so last week, I believe, I got the chance to speak to Lawrence Wildgoose, one of so on the FAA. And so he does stuff with sustainability for the FAA. So we got to talk about sustainability in the context of aviation, but also just in general. And that was great, yeah.
Awesome, thank you for that. And I do want to acknowledge the principal who is here with you today, who has been leading the charge and making sure that you have the opportunity to share your work and your insights with all of us. We're better for it. So thank you very much.
Commissioner Mohammed.
Well, I think you all have said what I was going to say. I'm super inspired by this presentation. It's really impressive, the work that you all are doing at such a young age. I guess the question that I have for you all is, do you guys have driver's license? You guys are doing all this behind the wheel work.
Yes, we do. So almost... most of the team that goes to Texas, if they have a driver's license, they're allowed to drive it during the race, which is really exciting. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Great question.
Thank you all, and I look forward to continuing to support you guys' work.
Executive Director Metric, any comments or questions?
Thanks. So truly impressive, and I think I was going to mention here is that just to focus on the work that you're doing, the STEM work, and it is really impressive. And of course, we're always looking for good people here at the Port of Seattle. So please keep us in mind as you continue your studies and look for future employment. So thanks.
You stole my comment, which was I was going to hand out business cards and say, please, come apply for work at the Port of Seattle. My only other contribution to this would be to say that I really appreciate the emphasis on the breadth of STEM careers, that I think too oftentimes parents and even students think that STEM means you must be an engineer. But in fact, STEM involves, and projects like this really illustrate that a lot of it is communicating hard concepts to lay people who don't understand, or going out and advocating for funding for why it's important to pursue this kind of stuff. So the fact that you guys are getting that kind of experience too in the midst of this is pretty impressive. I had an opportunity as a high school kid to participate in the FIRST program that is similar to this. And for me, it was at the time extracurricular, and so to hear that you get to do it in high school, I'm sure this is pretty much a full-time job for you guys, particularly as you approach the season of the competition. That kind of grit that you are learning as you build up to that moment will serve you really well too. So, and finally, the teamwork and collaboration. There really is no better skill to learn for the workforce of the future than how to work with others, because we're getting to a point in technology and organizations where there are no lone rangers. You really have to work in team to get anything done. And so it's just really inspiring what you guys are doing. Keep it up. Thanks for making our region the leader nationwide in this approach and doing it at such a young age. Thank you again for coming. And again, just a quick thank you to Therese for facilitating this, and to Highline School District that has truly been a leader in innovative education models for our region's youth. Next on our agenda is the Executive Director's Report. Steve?
Thanks, Commissioners. That's a hard act to follow. And let me say once again, let me thank the Raisback Aviation High School Green Energy team for their fantastic presentation. It's awesome to see such a group of talented, motivated students putting their energy towards solving real-world problems. And I should say, and applied engineering is especially impressive with that. Turning to today, I want to start by echoing my thanks to everyone who made today's offsite meeting possible, especially Commissioner Clerk's Office, SCCTV, and the Museum of Flight staff. Our deepest appreciation for making this happen. Also, I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge the Hindu festival of Diwali, which started yesterday. The 5-day Festival of Lights symbolizes the spiritual victory of light over darkness, good over evil, and knowledge over ignorance. Our Hindu co-workers and neighbors celebrate by exchanging gifts, sharing food, lighting lamps and candles, and sometimes even setting off fireworks. I hope everyone who observes this holiday is able to enjoy it with their friends and family over this time. Commissioners, a few weeks ago, the Port was the lead sponsor of an incredibly successful Responsible Outdoor Travel Summit. The event, held in collaboration with the State of Washington Tourism, brought together more than 100 thought leaders from Washington's sustainable tourism industry to discuss topics like making ecotourism more diverse, addressing the hidden burdens of tourism, and how to garner inspiring media coverage of the destinations. The ultimate goals of the summit are to further build our ecotourism brand and tourism recovery by recruiting more environmentally responsible travelers from near and far. Congratulations to Commissioner Hasegawa, Commissioner Fellman, and numerous Port staff who were responsible for making this event happen. In terms of major operational achievements, this past Sunday was our last cruise of the 2022 season. I'm proud to say that the Port was able to host a safe, healthy, and successful return of the cruise season while simultaneously reaching new milestones related to environmental initiatives and investment in community programs. Both the economic recovery and the remarkable progress on sustainability are a testament to the resiliency and professionalism of the cruise lines, our staff, local leaders, labor partners, and so many others involved in our cruise business. Over the course of the 2022 season, 1.28 million revenue passengers, or 640,000 individual travelers, came through the Port of Seattle on an Alaskan cruise. The new passenger volume record marks a 6% increase over the 2019 passenger volume and supported the regional economic recovery. As we discussed earlier this year, this faster than expected recovery of the Seattle-Alaska cruise itinerary has allowed the Port to add another $2 million into funding for its Youth Career Launch Pilot Program, now funded at $4.1 million for the next 3 years. Simultaneously, we're making great strides in our green Cruise Corridor project to fully decarbonize the Washington, Alaska, British Columbia itinerary. Last week, our Green Corridor First Movers Group reached consensus on definitions and worked more on the project charter, which is on track to be completed before the end of the year. Next month, these partners hope to reach consensus on a final project charter, begin development of feasibility assessment, scope of work, and discuss how partners will resource the joint planning work. Finally, I want to publicly note the upcoming celebration of the 50th anniversary of our Port of Seattle Police Department. It was in 1972, during a period of skyjackings, when skyjackings were very common and there was almost no security at airports. I can still remember those days when over a 4-year period there were 130 skyjackings in the U.S. alone during that time period. When the port, it was in 1972 that the port made the important decision to increase safety and security by transitioning to a police force of sworn law enforcement officers. This anniversary is a tremendous milestone, and all of us owe a deep debt of gratitude to our police department for everything they do to keep us safe, ensuring the safety and security of our operations at our airport and seaport. The job of the police, port police, is increasingly complicated and challenging, from counterterrorism and drug interdiction to combating human trafficking and responding to individuals at our facilities in crisis or experiencing homelessness. Yet they handle all these responsibilities with professionalism, respect for others, and a commitment to our organization in the region. Commissioner Hasegawa, Chief Operating Officer Dave Soike, and I myself look forward to participating in the formal 50th anniversary celebration later this week. Moving to today's commission meeting, I'd like to highlight a few items. Item 8D on the consent agenda supports Stage 2 of the State Route 509 completion project. The Port of Seattle has partnered with the state, Port of Tacoma, King County, Pierce County, and 13 other local agency cities to support the Puget Sound Gateway program that includes State Route 167 and State Route 509 completion projects. Stage 1 construction of the project is well underway, and the state plans to begin the procurement for Stage 2 later this year. This action authorizes the execution of a memorandum of understanding between the state and the port that supports implementation. Staff will return next year with a project briefing as well as a request for the port's $30 million funding commitment. The Puget Sound Gateway program will help the Port of Seattle move freight faster. Efficient freight is critical to our competitiveness as a gateway, to the success of our exporters, and to our ability to expand economic opportunity. It also includes substantial benefits to communities living near incomplete networks who have experienced more of the challenging impacts of growth. Item 8E is the final phase of our restroom upgrade projects at SCA, Seattle-Tacoma International Airport. This fifth and final phase of the restroom upgrade project renovates existing restrooms on concourse B, C, and D to new standards and incorporates additional amenities, including adult changing tables, a mother's room, an animal relief area, and additional family rooms. The project received $10 million in grant funding from the bipartisan infrastructure bill, in part to support the sustainability and accessibility aspects of this project. The work is expected to be completed in 2024. As a reminder, Phase 4 is currently in construction and will include addition of our first all-gender restrooms at SCA. Item 8G relates to our port-owned and operated stormwater utility. This item includes an update on our stormwater utility work, as well as a 2023 rate approval request. Specifically, the staff recommends a rate increase of 4.6% for 2023, which will help the port exceed stormwater regulatory requirements and ensure funding of critical capital investments to meet our Century Agenda goals. The Marine Stormwater Utility was established by the Commission Charter in 2014 to fund stormwater services, facilities, systems, and programs including pollution control and treatment of stormwater discharges. To ensure the value to our customers and the broader community along the Duwamish and Elliott Bay, the utility has driven innovative stormwater treatments, including green infrastructure and installed systems voluntarily on port properties. One example of an innovative solutions implemented by the utility are the oyster shell barrels that receive and treat stormwater from the roofs of Terminal 102 commercial building. We are finding that clean, reuse shells, which we purchase from Taylor Shellfish, are effective in treating runoff, particularly aerial deposits from the West Seattle Freeway that can include high levels of zinc and copper, which are known to harm salmon. Finally, item 8H is for the third year of our airfield pavement and supporting infrastructure program. These multi-year programs continue to ensure aviation pavement and utility assets are managed in a safe and effective fashion. Maintaining this infrastructure is critical and essential for airport operations. Included in this authorization is added scope for snow storage, security systems, and installation of secured vehicle checkpoints. These projects have overlapping work areas and are bundled to be delivered concurrently to minimize operational impacts and improve airfield safety and efficiency. Contracts in this authorization will have an 8% disadvantaged business enterprise aspirational goal and a 14% women and minority business enterprise aspirational goal. Both contracts are requesting inclusion of a project labor agreement and will create between 30 and 40 construction jobs by each contract. Commissioners, usually I would talk about other items on the agenda today, but we have a rather lengthy agenda. In order to save some time, I'll wait until the introduction of each item to describe them. Commissioners, this concludes my remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Next up, we have committee reports. Erica Chung, Commission Strategic Advisor, will provide the report, and she's getting situated. I do want to make one note. If you have not gotten one of these wristbands, they are available to you, and they provide you with the opportunity to tour the Museum of Flight after you have concluded being here with us at the meeting, which means you have to stay till the very end before you anytime you want. If you have one of these, you can take advantage of the museum facilities. All right, Erica, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Commission President Calkins and Commissioners. I have 3 committee reports and 1 special committee report for you today. Commissioner Calkins and Fellman convened the Governance Committee on Monday, October 17th. At this time, the committee received its 3rd and final briefing on the status of the Delegation of Responsibility and Authority Policy Directive Review and Amendment Project. The project update consisted of a comparison of the PORS delegation policy with that of similarly situated and complex organizations, as well as an overview of the data compiled in the project analysis. This data includes, but not limited to, categories and comparisons of commission authorizations over the period of 3 years, staff and commission time spent in this process, the erosion of purchasing power since adoption of the current delegation threshold in 2022, and the executive director's current ability to run the port in terms of minutes times without further commission authorization. Other legal and technical areas of amendment were discussed, including updates to real estate, legal, project delegations, and project delegations. Project team and governance committee also discussed benefits for the commission, staff, and public projects in raising the delegation level and method to ensure increased transparency in the process. The project is based on the PORS Internal Audit Committee's 2020 audit of the delegation process, findings that the system is working as intended without issue, and their observations that an efficiency opportunity exists for the policy directive. The Governance Committee recommended the Commission amend the policy directive delegation threshold to the Executive Director to be increased to a level commensurate with comparison and other port agencies due to the erosion of purchasing power and increases in inflation, services and supplies, and the CPI, and with emphasis on transparency and ensuring the port is a high-efficiency public agency. Commissioners Calkins and Hasegawa convened the Sustainability, Environment, and Climate Committee on October 18th and were briefed on 2 items. They were briefed on municipal solid waste to liquid fuel study scope, timeline, and anticipated outcomes, and discussed the results of the study's first deliverables, which was an analysis of the conversion technologies and existing facilities that convert municipal solid waste to liquid fuels. Commissioners were also briefed on recent advocacy efforts surrounding maritime decarbonization of ports and vessels. The Waterfront and Industrial Lands Committee met on October 18th. During the meeting, co-chairs Fellman and Hasegawa, State of Washington Tourism Director David Blanford, and port staff debriefed on the success of the inaugural Responsible Outdoor Travel Summit and potential next steps. Port staff also provided a briefing on the City of Seattle's industrial lands final environmental impact study and received input from the co-chairs. Commissioner Hasagawa and Mohammed, along with City of SeaTac Mayor Simpson, Deputy Mayor Neguse, and Councilmember Kwan, participating in a special meeting of the Joint Advisory Committee on October 21st, which was a continuation of the September 16th meeting regarding the North SeaTac Park. There was a robust discussion regarding the future use of the park, current zoning of park property, and conservation environmental components within the park property. Port staff shared the need for completion of studies related to airport properties and land stewardship to help inform answering the questions posed about future use of the park, which will take until Q4 2023 to complete. City shared that they would like a better understanding of the potential risk and barriers regarding possible changes to current leases and uses, and Port staff agreed to bring back information to share at the next JAC meeting in December. This concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Erica. Are there any questions from commissioners? Okay, terrific. Thank you so much. We are now at the public comment section of our agenda. The Port Commission welcomes public comment as an important part of the public process. Comments are received and considered by the Commission in its deliberations. Each commenter will have 2 minutes to speak and should stay within the allotted time. Written materials provided to the clerk will be included in today's meeting record. The clerk has a list of those prepared to speak. We are taking comments from anyone who has signed up to speak virtually, as well as from anyone who has joined us in the chambers or here at the museum. When the clerk calls your name, if you are joining virtually, please unmute yourself, then repeat your name for the record and state your topic related to the conduct of Port business. If you're on the Teams meeting and are also streaming the meeting on the website, please mute the website stream to avoid feedback. If you're speaking from the room, please come to the testimony table, repeat your name, and state your topic related to the conduct of Port business. As a reminder, comment time will be limited to 2 minutes per person. Clerk Hart, can you please call the first speaker?
Yes, thank you. We have 2 speakers signing up virtually today and many from the room. So I'll start with our virtual signups today, beginning with Sabrina Johnson. Sabrina, if you could repeat your name for the record and state your port-related topic as well, please. Thank you.
Yes, good afternoon. Sabrina Johnson. My comment is concerning the Duwamish Valley Community Equity Program. Again, my name is Sabrina Johnson. I'm with the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency in Washington, D.C. I'm a senior advisor in the Office of Environmental Justice and External Civil Rights. Several years ago, I had the wonderful opportunity to work closely with some of the great folks at the port, including Christina Billingsley, Elizabeth Levitt before she retired, numerous members of the Duwamish Valley Port Community Action Team, such as Paulina Lopez, Andrew Schiffer, Rich Brown, also with Lynn Gold of the Just Health Action, and some of the commissioners, the port commissioners there, along with my EPA colleagues out there in Seattle, Carl Pepley and Running Grass before he retired. I just wanted to commend the commission, the port, and community members on their very significant partnership building and economic development opportunities, especially with focus on youth programming and really institutionalizing equity and community-driven priorities throughout the organization. I've also had the chance to meet Bukta Lisa and Lance Little on the airport side of things. All of this grew out of some technical assistance that EPA provided, and it was formalized into the Duwamish Valley Community Equity Program. And we just want to really commend you on your innovations and your dedication to really improving the quality of life for all around that area. So thank you very much, and we look forward to any other opportunities to partner with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Next speaker, Clerk Hart.
Yes, our next speaker is Brenda Gonzalez. Brenda, if you could repeat your name for the record as well as your topic related to the conduct of the port. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Brenda Gonzalez, and my topic is activation and programming at the hub. So I'm with Villa Comunitaria, and we are a nonprofit organization in South Park, and we're serving the Latinx immigrant communities of King County. And I've had the privilege of working directly with the team at the Duwamish River Community Hub to host different community events around the career, economic development, and health. And I wanted to share that our most recent event in August, we had a back to school resource fair where we had over about 300 people come in. We gave away 300 backpacks, school supplies. We had youth vaccinations on site. And we had different organizations sharing important resources around health, transportation, education, safety, and more. We also invited local food vendors to attend, and it was just like a really great event to attend. It was a great experience to be able to witness all of the resource sharing and the community building in a place that our communities trust. And we feel that the Hub has been a great resource for us as a nonprofit to further our community engagement, to share the different services that we have to offer, such as legal assistance and system navigation. And yeah, it's just allowed us to have a further reach with our services. We otherwise would not have the capacity to do this. And yeah, I'm really thankful to get to work with the Hub, and I'm excited to see the Duwamish Valley Equity Program grow and continue having events at the Hub. And thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. Clerk Hart, next speaker.
Yes, and now we'll call from the room, beginning with Crystal Brown. Crystal, please come to the table and restate your name and port-related topic for the record. Thank you.
My name is Crystal Brown. I'm with Cultivate South Park, a nonprofit in South Park, and I'm speaking in support of the Hub today. And again, my name is Crystal Brown. So my organization, along with many other partnering organizations in Georgetown and South Park, we have had immense gratitude for the Hub and how they have done an incredible outreach. Peaches, Christina, Betsy, they've been wonderful advocates. One of the great programs that we had was the Urban Innovators Internship in 2021. Through that program, we supported and engaged local youth in a summer, fall, and winter program developing critical thinking skills, personal development, and created green job interest. One of the things on display, which you all can go look at the Hub, is a beautiful mural put on by the youth. They created it, and it's called Plastic Oceans. And that particular mural is focusing on environmental concerns, climate change, environmental racism, and highlighting why environmental justice is so important. It's called Plastic Oceans, and it's on display at the Hub right now. We look forward to more partnerships with the Hub and with the port. Right now, we are talking about a Saturday market at the Hub, which will feature all local artists from Seattle, local food vendors. We did do this Saturday market already in South Park at another venue. We were put in the Seattle Times, and we had immense support for small local business here in Seattle. We also appreciate the support to our small local businesses. I believe, and I'm not sure if I'm 100% correct, but I think there is only businesses in Seattle, or in South Park, besides the industrial businesses, are all small businesses. We all know each other, we work together. I'm surprised at the amount of people in this room that I know that are supporting the same plea to the port. So we're just really thankful to Christina and to Peaches and to Betsy for all their support and engagement with community, and we support them right back. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Next speaker.
All right, next speaker is Rosario Maria Medina. And Rosario, if you could please restate your name and your topic related to the conduct of the port for the record, please. Thank you.
Hi. My name is Rosario Maria Medina. I live in Georgetown, and my topic is funding for the Duwamish Valley. So I live in Georgetown, and I serve as the board president for the Friends of Georgetown History. We coordinate the annual Georgetown Haunted History Tour, and we worked on designing the Oxwell Park and landmarking the giant Hatton boots that you see when you drive through. In 2020, we took part in the Incredible Parks, Incredible Names, where the public nominated and voted on renaming parks along the Duwamish River to names that have truly historical, community, and cultural meaning, and that really reflect the people that live and work here. In 2020 and 2021, we were also given funding to have 2 youth internships. The youth worked on urban farming and researched and wrote historical walking tours and created videos, which I sent to you over earlier. We as Fogi, as a historical group, also want to express the importance it is to prioritize Gateway Park North. Due to racist and classist zoning, this location is the only accessible river access point in Georgetown, and we would appreciate to continue having support in that project. I'm also the volunteer chair for the Georgetown Open Space Committee. Gateway Park North has been a community priority for over 4 decades. The Georgetown Youth Council have been cleaning up the area and hosting events at the site. This year, the Port wasn't able to provide a youth internship, but we hope that the Port of Seattle can do that in the future. Overall, my point here is to thank you for the support since 2020 and share that I have enjoyed taking part in these multiple projects. My second point is to ask you, Port Commissioners, to support the Port's partnership with the Duwamish Valley community for more years to come. This not only benefits Georgetown, but all of the Duwamish Valley. Again, that's funding for more projects, the Duwamish Valley, youth internships, the Gateway Park North, and just more support. Look at all the amazing things that have come forward in this short period of time, and imagine what else we can do together. And I've enjoyed working with these other, even though I haven't been a part of every single project, I've enjoyed the beautiful benefits in the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Medina. Next speaker.
Yes, our next speaker is Robert Hanlon. And Robert, if you could please come to the microphone, restate your name for the record and your topic related to the conduct of the port. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Robert Hanlon with Utility Squared. We're based out of South Park. We'll be also speaking on the Duwamish River Community Hub. I thank y'all for inviting the community here at this in-person event. And as stated by previous speakers, the Duwamish River Community Hub has been absolutely essential to our organization, who we help connect communities with their infrastructure through engagement and awareness and learning workshops. And I think it goes without saying that having space for community to gather in person, especially in these times, is so important. The work of many of these groups is indeed organic and hands-on. As visiting the hub, you can go see what those results are. I definitely want to give thanks to the Port staff, the many that have supported us and so many other longstanding groups, and especially Jane Duell, who has been a longtime supporter of infrastructure awareness for our communities and bringing forth the next generation of municipal utility service workforce. However, there are still barriers for many of our community groups. We need space, and having these opportunities to gather in person often comes at a high cost. That funding can better be used to build capacity, to provide stipends to our public, to our community members who come and engage with us. And so I welcome the Port to continue supporting the Duwamish River Community Hub and look for other opportunities where vacant space could be utilized by community groups, both 501c3 and grassroots, free of charge, so we can use these spaces as well as all of the lovely parks. So I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hanlon. Clerk Hart, next speaker.
Yes, our next speaker is Maria Ramirez. Maria, if you could please come to the microphone, restate your name for the record and your topic related to the conduct of the port, please. Thank you.
Buenas tardes, soy María Guadalupe Ramírez. Yo trabajo en South Park y vivo cerca del valle en el vecindario de Westwood. Good afternoon, I'm Maria Guadalupe Ramirez, and I work in South Park with the Duwamish Valley Affordable Housing Coalition, and I live nearby in Westwood, the Westwood neighborhood of West Seattle. I want to thank you for walking the talk, for your commitment to equity. It's been a long journey that I started in 1999, and just sitting here, I have to reflect back on how far we've come. And just seeing the presentation from the youth was really encouraging me and validating that this work is so critical. Looking at your agenda, I see you're approving money, like almost $2 billion of expenditures in this meeting alone. So we know that there are resources to add equity to these investments that you're making in capital. We have to invest in our people. And I really appreciate that you've chosen to focus on place-based strategies and the environment and bringing them all together in one, because we can't just work on environment separately. It has to be an equitable approach, and giving people a place to meet and grow and become sustainable organizations striving for similar values is so key to our success. So my main request is that the space remain affordable and accessible to the community. And sure, we'd love more space. We have plenty of ideas. I would love a higher education center for our youth. And I know every community member would come here with an idea. And so I really thank you for your commitment, and I look forward to hearing the report and the wonderful staff that you have, starting with your leadership with Budka. So thank you very much. I hope I didn't mess your name. But thank you so much for your work and for supporting and committing to equity.
Thank you, Ms. Ramirez. Next speaker.
Yes, our next speaker is Rich Brown. Rich, if you could go ahead and repeat your name for the record and your topic related to the conduct of the port, please. Thank you.
So hello, my name is Rich Brown, a PCAT member and Georgetown resident. So, my topic is the community benefits commitment, the goals, and particularly goal number 3, economic prosperity in place. So during my outreach for recruitment for public comment, I had some really good conversations with community members. None of them were able to make it today, so I'm speaking on their behalf. My comments are a summary of those conversations. As I spoke with folks about the community benefits commitment, there was an underlying theme of concern, which was displacement. The community strongly desires clean air, less pollution, a cleaner Duwamish River, and equitable access to resources. The concerns I heard around the displacement is that if the Duwamish Valley becomes a more desirable place to live and play, folks will not be able to afford to stay here. This is a big concern and fear of the community. With the lack of affordable housing in the Duwamish Valley and the development of condos and million-dollar homes, folks are being priced out. This is on the uprise in both South Park and Georgetown. What our communities need are more resources. We need access to higher paying jobs, small business startup support, and opportunities to understand the work that the port is doing to help our communities thrive. As we continue to use the CBC as the focus of our work, we need to consider the third goal, economic prosperity in place, important, and to identify new and innovative solutions to build up the Duwamish Valley. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Yes.
Next speaker.
Yes, our next speaker is Keisha Jones. And Keisha, if you could just repeat your name for the record, you'll probably do a much better job than I just did. And your port-related topic for the record, please.
I answer to anything in the zone. My whole life. So my name is Keisha Jones. I am here today to advocate for the hub in South Park. I come representing the South Park Business District. We've had a great working relationship with the hub. It's been a real benefit to our community, and I want to send a sincere thank you to Betsy, Peaches, and Christina. They've been awesome. So far, we've been using the hub for our larger business group meetings. We plan to do that once a month, starting in January. We threw a really great summer party called Sopa Supa this year, and we got to use the parking lot for a bunch of vendors, which were supporting all of the micro businesses in South Park. We are hoping to have the winter market, again, economic development for the folks in South Park. And it's been really wonderful to have folks on the ground so that we can just have conversations, casual conversations every day, and be in communication about events that are coming up. We have a really awesome Dia de los Muertos party planned for November 12th, and the port is also going to have a job fair that day. So we've been able to coordinate and cross-promote events for each other. The hub is a really prime location in South Park, so we would ask that we continue to activate that storefront. We don't want it to just be an empty building on the corner. It's really the prime location. We would love some more external communications about what the port is doing there. Let's promote the park. Let's promote all of the great events that you guys are holding in the hub, and more external communications about how people can actually use the space. And again, just more events, the more we can activate that space, the better it is for South Park. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Next speaker.
Yes, our next speaker is Edwin Hernandez. Edwin, if you could just repeat your name for the record and your topic related to the conduct of the port, please. Thank you.
Okay. Bueno, sé que el comisionado Ryan habla español, ¿me puede ayudar?
También, Toshiko, también.
Okay. Bueno, mi nombre es Edwin Hernández y vengo para un agradecimiento especial al Puerto de Seattle. Fui parte del grupo PICAT, desarrollamos el CBO, Community Benefit Commitment. Parte de mi desarrollo del grupo, expliqué a mi hija sobre los objetivos y visiones del grupo y ella desarrolló un lindo logo y fue ese logo que actualmente tiene el PICAT. A raíz de eso me decidí conformar un grupo juvenil, ya se llama Duwamish Valley Sustainable Association. Desarrollamos proyectos sostenibles para la comunidad de Duwamish Valley y usamos muy frecuentemente el River Community Hub. Estamos desarrollando modelos 3D relacionados al río Duwamish, dibujos animados, diseños animados, currículas relacionadas al STEAM, y queremos agradecerle por ese trabajo. Ese es el objetivo que buscamos como PICAT, usar un local para educar a nuestra comunidad. Sabemos que el puerto de Seattle está desarrollando grandes proyectos relacionados a Zero Waste, Climate Change para el futuro, y es hora de formar a nuestros jóvenes con anticipación para tenerlos listos para el 2030, 2040, 2050. Muchas gracias.
Muchísimas gracias, señor Hernández. We should say you are more than welcome to present public comment in any language, and if you do intend to, we can always work with you in advance to get interpretation, and we will try to follow up to make sure that's available for the general public as well. All right, next speaker.
Yes, our next speaker is Randy Fiertz. And Randy, if you could just repeat your name for the record and your topic related to the conduct of the port, please, and thank you.
Randy Fiertz, talk about the airport's North Main Terminal Redevelopment Project. So good afternoon, Commissioners and Executive Director Metric. I am the Director of Airport Affairs for Alaska Airlines, and as a representative of the largest airline at the airport, I am also the airline chair of the Airport Airline Affairs Committee, as well as the chair of the Seattle-Tacoma Airline Consortium. In these capacities, I'm fortunate to work closely with key leaders and staff from the airport every day. I wanted to take the opportunity today to share my appreciation for the collaboration and partnership between the airport and Alaska Airlines on the North Main Terminal Redevelopment Project that will set the stage for creating a world-class guest experience at our flagship hub. The port and Alaska teams have worked closely and are aligned on a vision for the north end of the ticket lobby that will increase ticketing capacity, improve passenger flow, upgrade wayfinding, and create a streamlined and expanded security checkpoint. As part of this project, Alaska is investing in new hardware, software, and employee training, which will create the foundation for delivering the customer care that our guests expect from us. Alaska is committed to delivering this project on schedule and on budget, and we look forward to working closely with the airport to ensure that we meet our respective financial and project delivery goals. The success of this project is a function of daily collaboration between the airport and Alaska teams. While so many have played a significant role, I would specifically like to thank Jeff Moken, Interim Director of Aviation Business and Properties, Jason Johnson from the same department, and Alan Olson, Capital Project Manager, for their leadership in helping us align on the overall scope. Again, on behalf of Alaska Airlines, thank you to the airport team, and we look forward to continuing our collaboration and partnership.
Thank you, Mr. Pearts. Clerk Hart, next speaker.
Thank you. Our final speaker signed up today is Kim Schwarzkopf. Hi, Kim. If you could just please repeat your name for the record and the topic related to the conduct of the port.
Okay.
And thank you.
All right. Thank you. My name is Kim Schwarzkopf, and I'm here with River City Skate Park. I'm here in support of 11A, the Duwamish Valley Community Equity Program and Duwamish River Green Jobs Program. I live in the Delridge neighborhood by Longfellow Creek, and my heart is in South Park. I've been a part of River City Skate Park. I've been a co-leader, one of the co-leaders of River City Skate Park, which is a free and public skate park, for over 15 years. We've been working with, well, first of all, I want to say ditto on everything that everyone has said about 11A. I'm in support of the Duwamish River Community Hub, the Duwamish River Green Jobs Program, and Dirt Corps. And we've been partnering with the South Park neighbors and businesses and organizations for over 15 years to build this beautiful skate park. I'm so grateful for all of the community support. I feel like grateful for everyone, especially young people. They show up, and it's just incredible to feel their energy in learning and then sharing about the community, about the environment, and it's just so critical. I've learned so much from them. We've built rain gardens and a green wall. We've had cleanups, monthly cleanups, where we start at the skate park and then go out to the community. Did I mention that we planted a lot of native plants and trees? So it's a skate park. It has concrete, but it also is a beautiful place to hang out. It provides a lot of shade and helps the air, of course. So this is a total last minute thing. I didn't know I was going to be here. And I'm really nervous about public speaking, but it's that important to me to show up. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Schwarzkopf. At this time, this is the Speak Now or Forever Hold Your Peace moment, where I ask, is there anyone else in the room or on Teams who would like to speak to public comment today but has not signed up? Okay. At this time, I'm going to ask Clerk Hart to give a synopsis of any written comments that we've received.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Commission President, members of the Commission, Mr. Executive Director. We've received 2 written comments prior to the meeting today, and those have been distributed via email for all of the members. Our first comes from, Rosario Maria Medina actually submitted a written comment in support of her spoken comment. So we'll move to Iris Antman, who writes regarding the continued rise of greenhouse gas emissions and its relation to crews and airplanes, poor air quality in the state from wildfires, and the port's commitment to environmental sustainability. So that concludes our written comments today.
Thank you all so much for contributing. It has been an inspiring meeting already with the students and then the incredible comments from community. Thank you all for taking time to do it, and especially for those for whom public speaking is nerve-wracking. We really appreciate the insight that only you all as members of the community can provide. Commissioners, at this time we will hear agenda item 11A. When this briefing has concluded, we will resume our usual agenda outline and we'll return to addressing the consent agenda and remaining agenda items. Clerk Hart, can you please read the item into the record, and then I'll turn it over to Executive Director Metrick to introduce the item.
I can. This is agenda item 11A, the Duwamish Valley Community Equity Program and Duwamish River Green Jobs Program briefing.
Commissioners, as you've heard in the public testimony, one of our most successful community initiatives has been the Duwamish Valley Community Equity Program. This effort has not only allowed us to make innovative community-led investments in the Duwamish Valley, but is also now nationally recognized as a model for community engagement in environmental justice efforts. Today's presentation will provide you with an update on our progress implementing the Duwamish Valley Community Benefits Commitment, as well as our exciting work ensuring equitable access to port-related maritime and green career opportunities for those communities most impacted by port operations. So we have a number of presenters here, but I'm going to turn over to Christina Billingsley, our Senior Program Manager for Community Engagement from External Relations, to lead off this effort.
Great. Hello, everyone. Let's see. Thank you so much for being here today. Thank you, Executive Director Metric and the commissioners for being here today. We're just so proud. We're just so proud of this work, and we're so proud for having so many community members come out. Thank you, Georgetown, South Park residents. If you just raise your hands and show yourselves here, we got some really great representation from the community out. Thank you so much for being here and for welcoming us to the Duwamish Valley today. So we are here to bring back a history lesson of 3 years. We've started a policy 3 years ago with community members in partnership called the Duwamish Valley Community Benefits Commitment. That's Resolution 3767. And we're here today to give a quick overview of what we've done, what we've accomplished over the past 3 years, what we've learned, as well as sharing about the Green Jobs Program. My colleagues here, I'll just do a quick introduction. Dre Avila is here from the Port Community Action Team representing a Georgetown neighborhood. Tiffany Sevilla is here from our Workforce Development Program, Port of Seattle staff focused on green jobs work. And my colleague here, Alexis Sorm, one of our environmental justice champions, is a recent alumni from the Green Jobs Program this past summer and is here to share her experience with you all today. There's a lot to say. There's a lot of thanks to say to so many people who helped get this program off the ground, a lot of visionary leaders in community, Paulina Lopez, Andrew Schiffer, who's here today, Lynn Gould from Just Health Action, as well as visionaries in the Port of Seattle too. Elizabeth Levitt and Stephanie Jones-Stebbins, Sandra Kilroy took a lot of risk and a lot of steps in order to get this program off the ground. So we're just so super grateful for that work and that vision for where we are today. And I also can't forget from the very beginning of this, Commissioner Fellman and Commissioners Greg War, both of them really advocated and started us off on this journey and put their faith in us. So we really are grateful for that. We can go to the next slide, please. So as I mentioned, in 2019, 3 years ago, we passed a policy. It was co-written by the community members in the Port Community Action Team, our community advisory group, as well as Port staff, and it was co-written around environmental justice principles, anti-racist principles, community leadership principles. We focused that partnership around 3 goals that were mutually beneficial for the Port of Seattle and for the Duwamish Valley communities. The first goal is focused on capacity building, and this is an opportunity for us to, as Port staff, to level up our game to work around and through equity and do things with cultural competency, do our jobs better fundamentally, and be able to set the table to bring community members of all backgrounds, of all experiences into decision-making about issues that affect their lives. So capacity building was really important on the Port side of things as well as in the community. As you heard today, there's a lot of interest to engage with the Port. There's a lot of passion and excitement in community to address environmental justice issues, to address displacement issues, and how do we make sure that community feels welcome in working with us as an institution. So capacity building has been incredibly important. The healthy environment and communities goal is centered around many of the topics that were also brought up today around climate change, the river being cleaned up, air quality, so many different topics that are specifically touching port-related industries and port-related operations. And that's kind of how we're orienting our second goal around healthy environment. And then the third is around economic prosperity in place, which some of our community members really eloquently to today around the need to, while we are improving the community and improving access and the environmental conditions of the community, we have to be in lockstep with economic opportunity and providing good, safe, secure jobs for these community members who are partnering with us and doing the hard work of improving and advocating on behalf of their community. With that, I would like to share our work over the past 3 years and turn it over to our community partner, Dre, in order to share and explain and show some of that work that we've worked on the past 3 years.
Next slide. Oh, thank you. Hello, my name is Dre Avila, and I'm a Georgetown resident, and I just want to share with those folks online that there's quite a few people here. They're just outside of the camera view, so so very inspiring level of people. I also want to thank community members who utilized PTO and found alternative arrangements to be here today. I think that's speaks to how powerful this is. So in the past 3 years, obviously, there's been a global pandemic. And so PCAT really focused on what does capacity building mean to us? And so many people within our community were frontline workers. And so really managing what COVID did to our communities and how do we support each other through significant tragic personal loss, actually, that quite a few of our PCAT members experienced, as well as the amount of risky work conditions, because many of PCAT members and our community members in the Duwamish Valley are not folks who have a remote working capacity in their workforce. So I think that's really important to understand. And yet, through these really challenging conditions, we were able to accomplish so many pieces of what we wanted to do in the community benefits commitment. So I just want to do a quick shout out to some of the exceptional programming. Edwin, who spoke earlier, actually participated and led the solar youth workshop. Boontai, who's also in the audience, did the economic justice storytelling series. Rich Brown, who also spoke earlier, he led the youth-led pedestrian and bike safety study. What we really focused on in PCAT was, what does it mean for members to know what it is like to have a project concept and then actually turn that into an on-the-ground project itself. So our capacity building is that we needed to go through that process ourselves and in order to share, expand PCAT membership, and really understand the complex jurisdictional issues that we're surrounded by as Duwamish Valley residents every day. Another piece of that work was really focusing on the racial equity trainings that we did. It was a way for us not just to figure out how to interact within ourselves as a community and as a group and the diverse experiences that come with that, but also how do we interact with the Port of Seattle? And how do we shift and change that dynamic so it's not just based on these long-standing white supremacist models of communication and organizing, but essentially reinventing what that relationship could be. Another piece of that is opening routes to multiple ways of interacting. Again, I mentioned some of the outstanding community members who took PTO and alternative arrangements to be here. What we find in PCAT that's important is that we have multiple ways for people to get involved. We've done a lot of organizational shifting around almost a non-hierarchical tiered level of involvement. If people want to get involved on just a small level, go to meetings, advocate, do that. If they want to take ownership of a project, find their leadership voice, there's work for that as well. And so that's a lot of the work that we did during this period of time. Next slide. Another piece of that, of course, is the healthy environment and community commitment. On the left, you see the gorgeous Gateway Park North. I'm also repping Georgetown Youth Council t-shirt, colloquially known as Anarchy Point. Again, I want to shout out Rosario, who spoke earlier, as an exceptional adult mentor for our inspiring youth. Out of the Georgetown Youth Council, I've met youth who I'm pretty sure have a future in urban planning and marine studies. They're excited, they're interested, they want to have the very technical conversations that George and Danielle from the Port provide. And then on the right, we also have the participation within the People's Park and what that looks like. People understanding the limitations and capacity of what it means to get your hands dirty in soil that's dirty. And how do we shift that? And then next slide, please, is the economic prosperity in place. This is something that's very near and dear to my heart. This is actually the first time I've heard people using the Hub's direct experiences. I led the Hub initiative for the PCAT members, and I want to give great thanks to Lily Ninberg and Ryan Stamford, Port Council and Real Estate Manager, because they did a lot of out-of-the-box thinking and the exciting part about doing new things is that it's new and exciting. It's also harder. It's inherently harder to do things that have not been done before. And I like to remind everybody of that. And sometimes it's also inherently more expensive. And so that's what, it's good, it's good. And a lot of things have been showing up, as you can see, some of the benefits of having this neutral, flexible, inventive space, a blank canvas that my hope is that eventually all of the groups that use the Hub leave their mark on it. We have the opportunity for permanent and semi-permanent murals. We have the opportunity to have workshops where small businesses are able to actually have an LLC workshop that are started in that space. We have so much opportunity within that idea. And so already there's examples of youth-led work. There's an incredible job fair that happened. People are really trying to go with the rubber meets the road on what does being in community mean. And so I'm very excited about that. And also another piece of the Hub that I'll say is having a space where PCAT can also do recruitment, have more people involved, have a meeting space is incredibly vital. And it's a space where there's a lot of capacity for creativity and next steps, and some of those ways that we can kind of continue to think outside the box. And to speak more on that capacity, I will pass it to Tiffany.
Next slide, please. Thank you so much, Dre. I am really excited to be here to talk about the Duwamish Valley Green Jobs Program, which the Port launched in partnership and actually with the leadership of the Duwamish Valley Green Jobs Coalition, made up of Dirt Corps, ECOS, Duwamish Valley Youth Corps, and Duwamish Tribal Services. This was launched back in 2020 with the first cohorts in 2021. And in the summer, there is a youth cohort. In the fall, there is an adult one. Being relatively new to my work here in workforce development, this was my first year getting to participate in the program. And I had a lot of fun. We brought participants to Pier 69 to have a networking lunch with some of my Port colleagues in communications, project management, and maritime operations. So participants learned about Port careers there. We also visited the Maritime Institute for Training and Graduate Studies, where participants got to speak with mariners about their very exciting seagoing careers and practice steering a ship through Elliott Bay on a virtual simulator. And lastly, we toured the airport, where participants got to go up the airport ramp tower and see what stormwater management at an industrial scale looks like. So they learned about different green jobs too in aviation and spoke with some of the Port's current environmental interns. As part of a workforce development program, we do track outcomes like how many employers are involved and what skills participants learn. But beyond just the hands-on skill building and networking with professionals, participants are also learning a lot about the social and cultural context of the Port's work. So in addition to these different industry tours, we also did a walking tour of the International District and learned about the role that immigrants have played in Seattle's maritime history. Next slide, please. So the program is based in these three green career pathways: land-based shoreline, habitat restoration, water-based environmental education, and green stormwater infrastructure. And these pathways make sense for communities living close to Seattle's only river, right? Flooding and the ecological and health impacts of an industrialized waterway are very familiar to the participants in our programs. In fact, a lot of the youth that participate in this are already very familiar with environmental restoration and environmental justice work. In addition to these pathways, though, participants, as I mentioned, are also learning about other green career opportunities. In the fall, for example, I'll be hosting a workshop with the adult cohort about clean energy apprenticeships so that they have access to and awareness of other career opportunities. And another way that this program connects to the Port's broader career-connected learning strategies is that actually some of the Port's past interns from our wonderful internship program run by Amber Wilson and Shannon Foss actually participate in the Duwamish Valley Green Jobs Program, including one of my local environmental justice heroes, Alexis Sorm, who will next be speaking about her experience in the program this year. Next slide, please, and Alexis, take it away.
Thank you, Tiffany. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you all for being here today. As Tiffany has mentioned, my name is Alexis, and I was an intern for this past summer's Green Jobs Program, here to speak on behalf of my peers on my experience with it. So, in all honesty, this program overall was nothing really new for any of the interns in terms of the hands-on work that we did. Building rain gardens, restoration work, stenciling storm drains. Much like myself, who has been working with the Duwamish Valley Youth Corps since high school for 4 years, these interns have been working in South Park and on the Duwamish River for a really long time. We knew what to expect, and we were very comfortable with what we did. Does that mean that the program was a waste for what it was, though? Absolutely not, no. In fact, although we did do a lot of hands-on work with the environment, the Green Jobs Program was supposed to be exactly that, focusing on green jobs and how to get us youth of color with less access to help and resources into ready positions right after high school, maybe even one day into those chairs where you're all sitting right now. Anyone who has ever been in an internship or career-focused program has probably heard multiple times by now, this experience will help you prepare for X job, and you can put this on your resume. But they never actually show us what skills will help prepare us and what process we need to go through to actually get a career. This was the main difference that my peers and I saw with the Green Jobs Program. Additionally, the program being stationed in South Park and occasionally at the Duwamish River Community Hub was important as well because it made transportation less of a hassle and made my coworkers and I actually want to go out each day and attend, especially when we had shelter to shade us from the sun, which, as you know, becomes a huge concern in the summertime. This program was impactful for us because in general, good work is important for people to live and get by. While there are other fields of work that are absolutely wonderful and well-paying after university, not everyone has the desire or means to go to college. In addition, many fields of work are also becoming oversaturated and quickly competitive, which doesn't always guarantee a job. Green jobs, on the other hand, are only really oversaturated by those who are looking to retire in a few years, which means that there's going to be a lot of positions available and many spaces that can be filled with youth like myself. I remember a few months ago in July going to the Seattle Public Utilities office and also up to Pier 69 to do career panels and networking with actual green job workers. And it just felt so different compared to other career panels like at school because by the end of each discussion, it just felt so much more plausible to get into green careers. Every adult there wanted us to get into green careers. They urged us to consider these routes, and they urged us to inform other people too. Rather than just telling us how we could get onto these pathways, they actively got to know us better, learned about our individual interests, and really connected with us through multiple sessions throughout the program, rather than just spending one day and calling it good. Making these interactions personal is what I think really makes us youth feel like we matter and can actually make a difference in our future. Overall, I hope that this program continues so that we can keep giving youth of color living in marginalized communities access and resources towards good-paying jobs with an environmental focus. I hope that the program continues to be based in reachable communities near our homes, and that you adults also keep on supporting us, because ultimately, us youth aren't able to push for a completely green future by ourselves. Thank you. Next slide, please.
For just a moment, I'm going to take off my PCAT hat and put on my urban planner for Seattle Public Utilities hat and say, I cannot wait to see you, Alexis.
The Port of Seattle.
Ryan, we can arm wrestle. So next slide, please. So these are our community priorities for 2023. I have mentioned some of them in previous slides about the capacity building, healthy environment, community, and economic prosperity in place. But something that I really would like to really ground ourselves in is that the Duwamish Valley and the port are neighbors for life. This is an exceptional body of work done by community members and port staff, and we are truly just beginning. I would love for my children to someday be a member of PCAT. I would love for someday my grandchildren to swim in the Duwamish River. That is our goal. It's not just that we want to have a semi-functional working relationship with the Port of Seattle. We have dreams that we believe are possible, and we need everybody to also believe that a swimmable Duwamish River is possible. We need everyone to buy in to the idea that the 13-year lifespan difference is, we're going to close the gap on that. And I feel like that's what this work starts with. That's our North Star. So these pieces right here that you see in our 2023 community priorities, these are the first steps in a many, many steps journey. And so I just want to thank all of you for listening. I would love to encourage community members who are on this call and in the audience, if they see something in this slide that they want to become a part of, to contact PCAT. If commissioners, if you have ideas that make sense within these, or new innovative ideas and ways to approach it, I think that we can get a lot done. And so I would love to just hear questions.
Well, thank you all so much. Particularly, I want to say thank you to Alexis and Dre for coming and sharing with us, and thank you to staff. I know we'll name some call outs on that too, because this is extraordinary work, and we've said it before, but it's truly a model for a community engagement that you are improving every year, and something that other agencies are trying to emulate, and other departments within the Port of Seattle are trying to emulate too. So thank you all for that. Okay, I'm going to turn it over to other commissioners for questions and comments at this time. Commissioner Hasegawa, you took a lot of notes. You have some questions?
Well, okay. I think it's like, where do I start? At first, I just want to acknowledge the community members who are in the room today. Thank you so much to members from Cultivate South Park, Friends of Georgetown, Georgetown Youth Council, Utility Squared, South Park Business District, PICA, and PCAT, for bringing your experience and your expertise here for all of us today. This is, for me, I think, one of those take stock of the moment of who's in the room moments, because there is so much genius here. And between the Port of Seattle staff, to the community members who are on the ground every single day, identifying issues, examining issues, strategizing, and bringing their expertise on how to close the gap and how to promote those opportunities. This is very, very powerful. This is a really tremendous presentation because I think there is just so much value in the work of this program. So I also really want to acknowledge the team, Peaches and Christina and Tiffany. Thank you for the work that you are doing every single day. I have so much respect for this workload, and I really see myself as a commissioner, as somebody who wants to listen close for what you're telling me on how we can support you, on what you need, and what the goals are. PCAT, you all are our super volunteers. And one of the ways that I think that I'm mindful of how we can support you is by expanding your capacity. I would love to see more PCAT members. I would love for you to be able, as deep as you want to dive into the work, to make sure that there are the resources to sustain that. And I want us to lean on you even more than we do already, especially given the projected growth to this region. I see the Duwamish Valley residents as being really uniquely situated because you have the compounding impact from our maritime operations that are growing and will continue to grow, and then the industrial, aviation, manufacturing, and ongoing operations. And to be able to lean on you to identify the issues and also push out strategies and information from the Port of Seattle, it's only going to become more and more integral to our success in promoting equity and opportunity and environmental sustainability. So I want to acknowledge that. And I also want to remember this was a very inspiring presentation of the heart work, and that there is a tremendous legacy of injustice that I think lives at the core of the disparities that we have identified and we acknowledge exist impacting Duwamish Valley residents and spaces. That is I specifically want to thank you for the reminder of the goal. And the goal is to believe that there can be a full cleanup of the Duwamish River, to believe that we will eliminate the gaps in health outcomes, in infant mortality, in asthma, in life expectancy for this community specifically, that we believe that we can make progress on that pain, on that injustice. And that this work cannot operate in a silo between the Port of Seattle and communities, but that we advocate and we leverage the relationships that we have interjurisdictionally with the City of Seattle and King County as well. You have identified a number of needs between your public testimony for, in order to either sustain your current level of operations or to be able to expand it. In particular, one thing that I want to pull out is the need for space, physical space, for you to operate that is barrier-free. And so one of the questions I'll have for staff is whether there's a capital budget component associated with expanding spaces or cleaning up the space that we actually have, making improvements to the infrastructure that's in the Duwamish Valley. And the other thing that I wanted to say that comes to mind for me, it's a really important acknowledgement that there's ongoing community concern for displacement, that as we work critically to improve the quality of life of the Duwamish Valley, that we won't see the same thing happen that's happening on Beacon Hill and in the Central District and all the other historically redlined areas that, quite frankly, white people didn't used to want to live in, but they want to live in now. That you will have the ability to remain in place, in this place that you're working so hard on every day to make better and more livable and more fruitful. We have been in crucial conversations with the city of Seattle about how we balance historically industrial lands with the need for housing. For example, Lieutenant Governor Denny Heck just did a competitiveness study for Washington State and said that one of the top barriers for workers thriving is not having housing. And there's a palpable lack of housing in Washington State, and we're hearing that exists also in the Duwamish Valley. And I think that one thing that we can be intentional about is, as we're holding the line to preserve our historically industrial spaces, as we're incorporating into our state legislative priorities to make sure that we are advocating for building density within residential zones that are already zoned residential, that we specifically call out with our partners the need to build affordable housing in the Duwamish Valley. It has to be part of our advocacy strategy. I am so deeply grateful to you all for this incredible body of work, and I will say it's been probably the closest to my heart and the greatest joy to be able to have proximity to. So I don't have any questions actually, but thank you so much for keeping the conversation fresh with all of us.
Commissioner Mohammed.
Do you see me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Online technology is something. Well, first of all, I just want to say thank you to everyone who presented today, all the staff and community members. The Duwamish Valley Community Benefit Commitment Policy Directive is one that I have been following very closely, and it was an honor to meet with PCAP folks at the Duwamish Hub, and to be able to hear from you guys in person. I wish I was in person with you today. But I express the same level of gratitude that Commissioner Hasegawa has given you all. Thank you for your leadership in this important work that you all are engaging in, both the community and our staff that has been leading this work. Peaches, Christina, and Tiffany, you know how much I admire you all. And we're very lucky to have you all at the port. Your authentic relationships with community is going a long way, and we see how that partnership is playing out with this update that we've been given today. I am looking forward to continuing to support this work. Community engagement, community partnership is an important part of the work that we do as a port, as a public agency. And so it's work that I am interested and dedicated to uplifting, and especially when it comes to creating job opportunities, especially for frontline communities, which largely are family members who are similar to my own, right? Family members who have come to this country as refugees, as immigrants, women, Black people, Indigenous people, and other folks of color. It is so important that we're creating the same opportunities for everyone in our region. And it's programs like this that expose folks to the important opportunities that are available in our region and at the port. And so, and the other thing that I would like to say is, you guys have centered those who have been impacted by environmental challenges and have centered them and empowered them to be a part of the solution. Our communities know the solutions very well, and it's about creating opportunities and inviting them to the table to make sure that their voices are centered in the work that we're doing. And when that happens, you see new innovation that happens, and I think this program is an example of that. And so what I want to commit to is continuing to support this work. And the question that I have is around the hub. I've been asking this question a little bit around supporting the hub and making sure that it's affordable for community members. That is something that I hear often. The rental is high for community members, and I'm wondering, has there been conversations happening with the City of Seattle's Park and Rec to see if there are ways that we can reduce those costs and think a little innovatively about partnering with parks or even Seattle Library? They have infrastructures in place that could maybe support the management of the center.
Thank you, Commissioner Mohammed. That's a great question, and thank you so much for your positive remarks as well. We really appreciate your support and coming down and meeting PCAT for dinner and getting to know our community leadership. In terms of the hub, we absolutely have reduced rates since we started receiving that feedback from community. We are currently at a 50% discounted rate right now through the end of the year, and we're doing a lot of work to check in with our tenants, with our visitors, to see how was this, how can we make process improvements. You know, we don't charge a fee for staffing or for any equipment rentals, so it's actually quite affordable right now in its current space situation. But we are exploring that every few months, so we are trying to be very iterative about what we're doing with that to make it and ensure that it is affordable and it stays that way as a community benefit. And we have been in conversation with City of Seattle in various capacities, from OPCD to Parks and Rec to Office of Economic Development, and we're still in conversation with them about their ability to support a partnership around the hub. We're still in conversations. I think there was a lot of transition and changes in the past year or so that the city is working through, as you know about pretty well. So, but yes, we're still just in conversations right now. Can you speak to the percent?
Thank you for that answer.
Oh, and yes, actually, I will. Thank you, Dre, for mentioning that. Because of those changes to the pricing and to our application process, to make it more accessible, we saw an 80% increase in use. So we're seeing it working. You know, when you're listening and you do the work to iteratively, we're seeing that improvement. So thank you so much for asking.
Thank you for sharing that. That's super helpful to know that we are seeing an increase in participation and people are using that facility. The other thing that I was going to ask is, I know that the usage of the facility is really defined by our own sort of port operations, and certain events are excluded, like people, you know, celebrating a birthday or other cultural like events that they have in the community. And I think those are ways for community members, especially communities of color, to collaborate and work together, and it benefits the economy. When you have a community celebration, you're buying something locally, and I think we ought to look at how we define the ways that we use that facility, and that is something that I'm interested in learning more about in the coming years, and hope to partner with your team on that. So that's just I know we can't go into definition and wordsmithing how we define things, but that is on my mind when I think of this particular program.
Thank you so much. That does echo our experience as well. So I'm really glad you mentioned that, because of structural historical discrimination and redlining in this community, those jobs, the sectors that we're involved with, aviation, maritime, construction trades, they are exclusive. And that's been part of our hard lessons learned over the past year, is we try to bring these specific careers to the hub, to the community, and it's just hard. It's hard to it's hard to get the volume of attendees to those specific events that we've seen if we just only focus it on those. But with feedback and so much wonderful work from Peaches and Betsy and our team in the community, we've been able to really meet people where they're at more. So we're going to have a Fall in Love with Maritime event in November. So we'll invite everyone to come and join. But again, partnering with the Dia de los Muertos, an event that Kisa had spoken to, partnering with local community members to make it fit, to start introducing port-related industries and opportunities to community in ways that make sense. So we're not just pushing things that aren't going to be effective and successful. But thank you. Thanks for offering that.
Thank you for your
Commissioner
comments
Cho.
as well.
Yeah, I mean, what more is there to add? I mean, let me just first start by saying thank you to both Christina and Tiffany for your terrific work on this front. I think what we're doing here is not only progressive and revolutionary, but it's also long overdue. Here at the Port of Seattle, our mission is obviously focused on economic growth. But it's become very obvious over the years of my time at the port that economic growth does not always increase quality of life, right? And I think that's something that I hear continually when I'm in the community. I've heard people come up to say, hey, you always talk about growth and growth at all costs. But remember that just because we're growing economic doesn't mean that it's improving the lives of everybody necessarily. In fact, growth at all costs sometimes comes at a cost. And that's what we're here for today, is that we are being very conscious about the fact that there's been a tremendous cost to a lot of the activities of the port. And we've acknowledged that, and we have gone through a significant change in our mentality and our culture here at the port. And today you're bearing witness to some of the terrific work that we're doing to rectify that cost. And so I want to thank the port staff for their commitment to this. This is not easy work. This is not necessarily a muscle that we've flexed regularly or used to flexing, but the reality is that we are building this muscle. You can tell from the level of community engagement that we've had today that it's being recognized, and that we're making tremendous progress. And we're not there yet. I mean, I think we can all freely admit that there's a lot more work to do here. But I think everyone here should leave encouraged to hear that every commissioner on this commission is committed to this work, and that we're very, very excited to see the fruits of all the labor. So thank you so much for all that you're doing.
And you heard earlier my comments of support. I also want to just comment on the context within which this work is happening and some of the origins of why the port first got engaged in community engagement. And that has to do with the cleanup of the Duwamish River, and in particular, the enormous amount of work that lays ahead. So it is wonderful that we have this community engagement going. We need to know that, I think, Dre, as you said, we are wedded for life, and what we are attempting to do on the port side of things is to be a fierce public advocate for the public in the cleanup. And I have come to understand that we suffer from what often happens in situations like this, where the benefits of industry, of commerce, are privatized, and the risks are socialized. And by socialized, I mean put on the public to pay for. And we are seeing that tension right now as we advocate for a robust cleanup of the Duwamish River. And we're committed to ensuring that the polluter pays. And we're going to fight tooth and nail to make sure that we don't, so that those costs are not socialized, that the polluter will pay for those, whoever they are, whether they exist anymore or not. We're going to go after them and make sure that every chain in that industry and commerce that contributed to the pollution and that continues to contribute to the pollution. We need to recognize that it doesn't end now. It is still, there is still runoff that's going into the river that needs to be cleaned up. So that's something that we're committed to, and honestly, we spend a great deal of time thinking about. It's hard not to when we look at our future budgets and recognize what an enormous percentage of the revenues of the port from levy and other things will go into cleanup from historic pollution. So I don't mean to end on a down note, but just to say we're going to fight fiercely for these communities to make sure that the cleanup does happen appropriately. All right, thank you so much for coming in. Thank you for the presentation. It has been wonderful to hear, of course, of all this community engagement and support for it. And I'm hoping to be able to come down and have dinner with you guys too. Sounds like it was really good.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move back into our normal order of things with the consent agenda. Items on the consent agenda are considered routine and will be adopted by one motion. Items removed from the consent agenda will be considered separately immediately after the adoption of the remaining consent agenda items. At this time, the chair will entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda covering items 8A, 8B, 8C, 8D, 8E, 8F, 8G, and 8H.
So moved.
Second.
All right, commissioners, please say aye or nay when your name is called.
Beginning with Commissioner Cho.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hasagawa.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Mohammed.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Calkins.
Aye.
Thank you. 4 ayes, 0 nays for this item.
And with that, the motion passes. Moving on in the agenda, we have 2 new business items today. Clerk Hart, can you please read the first item into the record, and we'll then hear from Executive Director Metrick to introduce it.
Yes, this is agenda item 10A, authorization for the executive director to increase the program budget to the amount of $500 million to authorize an additional $159,500,000 to continue Phase A construction and to execute a tenant reimbursement agreement with Alaska Airlines for this portion of the work of the North Main Terminal Redevelopment Program at Seattle-Tacoma International Airport.
Commissioners, the North Main Terminal Redevelopment Program, otherwise known as the SEA Gateway Project, is a collaboration between Alaska Airlines to re-envision the passenger experience from curbside through security to the northern part of our airport passenger entrance. The project will not only improve the look and feel of the space, but also increase passenger throughput and security screening capacity. This request is to authorize an increase in overall program by $100 million to $500 million, and to authorize an additional $1.59.5 million of this amount for Phase A construction. Phase A converts the currently undeveloped bridge promenade level into approximately 24,500 square feet of usable space for Alaska and other port tenants, and also updates other portions of the main terminal and associated building systems required to support the build-out of the bridge promenade level. And presenters this afternoon are Jeff Moken, Interim Director, Aviation Business and Properties at SEA, and also Alan Olson, Capital Project Manager. So I'll turn it over to Jeff Moken. Jeff?
Thanks, Executive Director Metrick and Commission President and Commissioners. Good to be with you today. And this is our 4th evolution in returning to discuss the SEA Gateway North Main Terminal Redevelopment Project. Next slide, please. In this request, we'll be looking to or seeking to increase the program budget to $500 million. This will also authorize an additional $159.5 million to continue Phase A construction. And as we know, they execute a tenant reimbursement agreement, otherwise known as a TRA, with Alaska Airlines. Next slide, please. As I just mentioned, this is a 4th evolution in this project, requesting a authorization. We are now looking at, once again, at 159.5. And again, this is focused on Phase A. Once we get through Phase A, the remaining will be an additional 159.5, closing us to 500 million. We endeavor as a project team, both Alaska and the port, to keep that at or below $500 million. Next slide, please. While we have some history on it, again, just some program background. Again, in 2019, the port and Alaska Airlines partnered on this project to redesign and redevelop Zone 6 and 7 and the promenade here at SEA. Alaska will lead the design and construction through the TRA, as I just mentioned. And once we are complete, you'll see similar design improvements through the remaining lobbies here at the airport. Next slide, please. The renewal and replacement. So the program drivers are the renewal and replacement of, as we know, a somewhat aged facility, a 1980s era. That will address the base building infrastructure systems and, of course, update the architectural finishes. But also address some of the customer service enhancements. Specifically, the circulation space will be improved as customers transition through the lobbies. Technology will be improved and enhanced notwithstanding. And the security checkpoint 5 specifically, will be reconfigured and improved. This will also bring the terminal up to our building code, notably for smoke control and fire sprinklers. And last but not least, this will also bring us to our DOT 382 ADA enhancements and improvements. Next slide, please. With that, I'll ask Alan to give us a little bit more insight and a deep dive on the project itself.
Good afternoon, Commissioners and Executive Director Metrick. As you can see in this section view of the main terminal, the work for Phase A construction is going to be concentrated in on the ticketing level, specifically at the window wall, which is going to be bumped out towards the departures drive, very similar to how it is done down in Zone 1 for international check-in, to create more space for Alaska check-in and bag drop. Below that in red, you can see the bridge promenade level that is currently open to the environment. This is the space that's going to be built out, approximately 25,000 square feet for new tenant space and operational space for Alaska. In addition, in order to support the build out of the promenade level, there is supporting work that needs to happen in the baggage claim level, and that's going to be primarily for structural support for the promenade, plus utility support in the form of HVAC and baggage handling equipment. Next slide, please. Here's a architect's rendering of the new exterior portals at the north end of the main terminal. This also, it's a little hard to pick out, but to the left of door 29, you can see some of that bump out area that is being built to accommodate increased check-in and bag drop capacity. Next slide, please. Here we are at the very south end of Alaska's ticket area in Zone 6 that shows, again, the bump out from the interior along with the curbside check-in. Next slide, please. Here's an interior view of the reconfigured area at the very northernmost part of the main terminal window wall. And you can see it is much wider and brighter than what we currently have. Next slide, please. Here is a rendering of how the baggage claim is going to look. We're putting new ceilings in over all of the claim devices, but leaving as much high ceiling as possible at the escalator cores. Next slide. Here's a view from the arrivals curbside showing the new ADA compliant ramps and the new exterior portals that mimic what's being done up on the departures drive. And if you look directly above that door, you can see the built out promenade area that's on the same level as the sky bridges. That's going to be Alaska Airlines check-in and bag drop as well. Next slide, please. Here's an interior shot of the new ADA compliant ramps that exit out onto the arrivals drive. Next slide. And here's a quick view of the area on the bridge promenade level that, again, is currently open to the elements that will be enclosed to create new check-in and bag drop capacity for Alaska, in addition to further office space as you go further south down the bridge promenade level. Next slide. Right now, we are at 90% design for the Phase A scope of work, and we are going to be at 60% design for the Phase B work, which again is going to primarily take place on ticketing, screening checkpoint number 5, and the mezzanine level, which is something we're going to be coming back to you for by the end of first quarter next year. Next slide. Here's the current high-level schedule. We are poised to begin erecting construction barricades in the baggage claim. We've been working very closely with all the impacted stakeholders and airlines so that when those barricades go up, it will be as seamless as possible. I'm not saying there won't be any impacts, but we've been working very closely to mitigate impacts with all relevant stakeholders, as well as with Alaska Airlines operations and their public affairs staff. Right now, the work is currently scheduled to be completed by the end of April 2026. That is both phases A and B, and we are hoping to better that date. We're currently working with the design build team to bring that completion date back to the end of fourth quarter 2025. Next slide. Some key program risks and mitigation steps. Of course, given the location that all of this work is taking place, operational disruptions are definitely at the forefront of our thinking. And we are working very closely with every impacted stakeholder group and also the port's external relations group to get the message out as this work is taking place, and doing everything that we can to mitigate impacts to the traveling public and to employees and other people who come to the airport. We're providing daily, weekly, monthly updates to operations, customer service, external operations, and other impacted stakeholders to make sure everybody stays on the same page. Because this is a design build project, design evolution is one of the key risks that we've been focusing on. And we are holding various contingencies in the cost model that we are working on, and to cover some of those unforeseen items. And as I mentioned earlier, we'll be coming back to you by the end of first quarter next year with the final guaranteed maximum price once we have all of the design completed for the Phase B scope of work. And finally, security screening checkpoint number 5 is one of the key portions of this project, and there are going to be screening lane closures as a result. And so we are working very closely with aviation security, operations, TSA, customer experience, Alaska operations, you name it, we're meeting with them to figure out ways to mitigate these impacts and whatever impacts they are as short as possible. Next slide. Does anyone have questions?
Nope, we're going to move right on. Just kidding. We will most definitely have questions. Thank you for a great presentation, too. I know that most, if not all, the commissioners were able to receive a briefing on this in advance, in which we got a lot of questions answered as well. But commissioners, if there are any other follow-up questions, I've got.
Go ahead. You go ahead.
No.
No, I didn't have any questions. We did go over this, in our briefing and extensively in Aviation Committee. But maybe for the public, we can kind of go over why we're going over why we are approaching this through the reimbursement model as opposed to what we traditionally do.
Jeff?
I think from that perspective, there's a notion that if the airlines took the lead on this project, it could be done more efficiently and in an expedited fashion. And so from that perspective, and with unique projects such as this, especially one that's going to directly be a positive benefit to Alaska Airlines, the TRA approach was selected.
Managing Director Little.
Yeah, if I could just add to what Jeff hit the nail on the head, but if I could also add, this project is going to be very disruptive to the passengers, and the passengers that are going to be impacted primarily are the Alaska Airlines passengers. So one of the discussions we had with Alaska when we started this whole TRA discussion is that it would be better for them to manage the pain that their passengers will endure during this project. That was an additional reason for doing a TRA, in addition to the ones that Jeff just gave.
Thank you.
It's great. I mean, I think it's a very fair point to say that this reduces a layer of very complicated coordination that would be necessary if we were doing it ourselves. And so I really appreciate y'all thinking about that. I just wanted to make sure the public was aware why we were paying airlines to do this as opposed to us doing it ourselves.
Thank you, Commissioner Cho. Commissioner Mohammed?
Yeah, similar to Commissioner Cho, I was briefed on this as a member of the Aviation Committee, so I have no questions, and I felt like you guys answered or already explained well the cost increase and why the numbers are so high. So I appreciate the work that's being done.
Great, thank you. Go ahead, Commissioner Hasagawa.
My question is relating to the projected impact that this is going to have on the customer experience, whether it's security wait lines or noise. Can you just talk a little bit about the tools that we have in order to be able to communicate with the public so that they can make plans around increased wait times or any collaborations that you have with our arts committee to make sure that we are beautifying unsightly projects?
Oh boy, I'll take this one. Well, let me start with the last item that you brought up. We have been working very closely with our signage and wayfinding team and also public affairs, our external relations team, excuse me, to get messaging out on the construction barricades. And we have a variety of messages that are going to be shown when those barricades are up that not only help wayfinding, but are very similar to the ones that you've seen in other locations where, like us, you know, with the QR code that people can go in and scan with their smartphones or smart devices to get more information about the work that's going on. We're also in the early stages of working with our art group, Tommy Gregory and his team, to identify opportunities to put local art on some of those construction barricades, in addition to the wayfinding and other vital information that the passengers are going to need. So we're pretty excited about that, in addition to the other public art locations that we've already identified throughout the entire project on all the levels that we'll be working. We're really pretty excited about some of the things that we've been able to come up with in terms of encouraging local art to be displayed within these spaces. And finally, in terms of impact, that was not at the top of our risk mitigation list for no reason. There are so many touch points in this type of work, especially in a terminal that's open 24/7. And we have been working very closely with the design build team, with Hensel Phelps, who is putting together the phasing schedule in order to make sure that construction activities that are loud or that are otherwise disruptive or that could have odor associated with them all take place during after hours. And that's typically between 10 p.m. and 4 a.m. And that same thing goes for loading in, loading out of construction material and debris, making sure that that's done at times that are going to have practically no impact on passengers who are either people who are dropping off or picking up passengers on either of the drives. In terms of security screening, this is on our critical path. That reconfiguration of security screening checkpoint number 5 is the linchpin of Phase B work. And we are working very closely with companion projects that are taking place at the airport, as well as with TSA and aviation security, with aviation operations, with Alaska operations. You should come to some of those meetings. They're pretty interesting. But yes, we are doing everything we can to mitigate those impacts. But I have to be very honest with you. There are going to be impacts. Mm-hmm. We are working our best to minimize those, but hopefully it's going to be worth the pain in the end.
Yeah, I really appreciate the work that you're doing with our partners to make sure that we are minimizing the impact on the customer experience. I just ask that you also be mindful to work with our communications team so that when there are impacts or delays that we're able to push that out to the public so that they can plan accordingly.
And we do have regular meetings with the Alaska external, their external affairs and our port team to make sure that that message gets out to Alaska customers and to people who are going to the port's website.
Thank you.
Okay, Executive Director Metric.
Commissioner, a lot has been said, but I think it's worth mentioning, and Commissioner Hasagawa and other commissioners have kind of hit on this disruption part. And I think I'm going to channel Managing Director little here, a little bit of saying is that in our footprint that we have, the public may ask, why are we doing this? The reason is the outcome on the other side, which is adding 24,000 more feet of space, which pulling it out of almost nowhere of these promenades that aren't used in this effort, but all of our spaces are being occupied and fully used. So we're modifying the aircraft as we're flying it in order to do it. And these operations are continuing here. So it's really, we hear you, Commissioner Hasegawa, that we have to have the vision of where we're going and why it takes those growing pains to get through there. And I think that's going to be, Lance has said this before in other meetings, we have to have that vision of where we're going, and then so the public understands why we're doing that. But we'll get there, but it's going to take a lot of hard work in order to do that. But we appreciate, I think it's just noting that as we go forward on all these projects.
I have just one comment. I think one of the things that we have been thinking a lot about as a commission, as an executive team, is what is the future of aviation? Did COVID change it in some way fundamentally? And I think we're very much still analyzing it, but it's clear that there are a few patterns that are emerging that indicate that things are different than they were before COVID. And one of them is this question around business travel. Will that ever return to the levels that we saw pre-pandemic? It's showing that it's beginning to trend back towards where it was prior to COVID. But interestingly, leisure travel, which rebounded much more quickly than business travel, is showing an accelerated growth. And the explanation that I've heard, and it actually came from some of the earnings calls of airlines this last week, is that because people are now working more remotely, they're able to travel during seasons of the year when they wouldn't historically have been able to travel, or even go and live somewhere else temporarily even. And so fly back and forth more regularly. And so all of a sudden, it doesn't quite fit in the category of leisure or business, but is almost a new category of travel. And as a result of that, we're seeing numbers like we saw in September that were higher than September's prior to COVID, more like a summer season for us, which was part of what created complications that are checkpoints for travel. We just weren't, based on historical trends, folks weren't anticipating that kind of volume in September, when normally people would be going back to work, back to school, et cetera. So all of that is to say, within that larger context, it only makes a stronger case for these kinds of investments in making use of a relatively small footprint to maximize our capacity at the airport. And to the legislative agenda study session this morning, that is the message that was sent to us back in 2009 by the state legislature, which is we as an aviation community need to maximize SEA before we consider siting a second one. And that is what we're attempting to do here. We're trying to maximize our use of the facility in every choke point, whether it's airspace or ramp or facility or ground transportation, so that the real impact that comes from a big commercial airport isn't then unnecessarily burdening another community. So I think that's some of the philosophy behind what we're doing here, is to continue to support that economic growth and the demand on the part of the public for travel, and to make sure that it's as affordable as possible and not constrained in such a way that drives ticket prices through the roof. So with all that said, we do have an action before us. Is there a motion and a second to support this action item?
So moved.
Second.
All right, the motion was made and seconded. Clerk Hart, can you please call the roll for the commissioners?
Yes, beginning with Commissioner Cho.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hasegawa.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Mohammed.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Calkins.
Aye.
Thank you. 4 ayes, 0 nays for this item.
And with that, the motion passes. Clerk Hart, can you now read the next item into the record, please? We'll then hear from Executive Director Metrick to introduce it.
Yes, this is Agenda Item 10B, authorization for the Executive Director to advertise and execute project-specific contracts for project management, including airline technical representative, construction management, design services, and commissioning services to proceed with design of the project, to utilize, authorize, advertise, and execute a general contractor construction manager contract, to proceed with pre-construction services and the delivery of the project, and to utilize port crews for the South Concourse Evolution Project, at Seattle-Tacoma International Airport in the amount of $100,000. And then for our presenters at the table, since the screens are behind you, are you able to have your presentation in front of you, or do you want to move to this configuration?
We'll make it work. We're good.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioners, this item is a continuing on of our investment in infrastructure. This item requests commission authorization to move forward on a number of fronts for the South Concourse Evolution Project at Seattle-Tacoma International Airport. The total amount of this request is $100 million. The South Concourse Evolution, or SOCO-EVO, I believe is the acronym now to shorten that, project will renovate the existing South Concourse, bringing a much needed update using a multi-phase implementation strategy. The capital improvement project will extend the useful life of the South Concourse and meet current code requirements. This includes structural, seismic, and building system upgrades, as well as modernization of passenger spaces. Presenters are Managing Director of Aviation Lance Little, Ken Warren, Capital Project Program Leader, and Stuart Matthews. I'm looking for your position now, Stuart, Assistant Director, Aviation Project Management Group. So with that, I'll turn it over to Managing Director Little.
Okay, thank you, Steve. Good afternoon, commissioners, and good afternoon, viewers online and in person in the room. So the South Concourse is a 50-year-old facility. I think it was probably designed for a useful life of about 20 or 30 years. It has lasted more than 20 years longer than it was intended. Oris Dunham, a former airport director myself, we always have this conversation. He always reminds me to credit the people who designed these facilities 50 years ago, because they have lasted much longer than they were anticipated. So kudos to the people who designed, built, and who have maintained and operated this facility for the last 50 years. The facility has served its purpose. It served it well, and actually it will continue, because this project will take several years before the renovation. But it's now time to move on. It's time to think of the next 50 years. As much as we admire this facility and the people who built it, it is not the facility that will help us to realize our vision and to achieve our long-term objective. Commissioner Calkin just spoke about the vision, and Steve just spoke about the vision, right? So I'm hoping that with the opening of the NCON course and the International Arrival Facility, people will begin to visualize and have a clearer understanding of our vision for the future of SEA. So what we're going to see in this project is the next evolution of the South Concourse. It's the transformation of the existing facility from the 20th century basically into the 21st century. It's the next major piece of the puzzle that will take us to the coveted 5-star rating that we're trying to get to. It will have airport dining and retail, duty-free, mother's nursing suites, sensory rooms, meditation rooms, beautiful lounges, lots of open spaces, lots of natural lights, etc. But it's all not glamour and glitter, right? At the same time, sustainability will be a key component of the design and construction. Safety is a major part of the scope. Seismic upgrades, structural upgrades, code, and ADA compliance. And the reality is that this mega project, just like the one we just discussed previously, the North Main Terminal, this mega project will be one of the most expensive, complicated, and disruptive projects that we'll ever undertake. However, at the end of the day, as Alan pointed out, it will be worth it. So to provide further detail, I'll now hand over to Ken Warren and Stuart Matthews to provide further details on this project. Ken?
Thank you. Can we move to the next slide, please?
We can continue. This was my slide.
And we'll move to the next one. Thank you, Lance. As you may recall, the SOCO-EVO project addresses both facility needs and customer experience, as Lance has noted. Next slide, please. The project will be a complex dance between construction and operations. Our team has identified an airport-wide need to address gating requirements to successfully achieve our goal. We're working with our stakeholders and our partners to develop this new program. Next slide, please. The two-phase project will include a 6-gate outage over a 6-year construction period in each phase. Marrying the operational with the construction requirements over time will balance the cost and the schedule of the project while minimizing the customer and operational impacts. The solution really is bigger than just the South Concourse.
Thank you, Ken. Commissioners, Executive Director. I'll be covering a few elements here of the briefing before I turn it back over to Ken. So as Ken noted, the project definition document has put together a very high-level strategy that splits the gating impacts for the program into a two-phase approach. You can see that in this slide. It's necessary and important to say that while this effort is very necessary element of the PDD, it's still very early in the process of developing the overall gating strategy. Our planning and capital development team continue to move forward with this concept, working now with our operations team and utilizing our current flight schedules to develop a more detailed analysis that will highlight opportunities and challenges created by this strategy. We also recognize the benefit of bringing on the design team in conjunction with the general contractor construction manager early in the process. Together, in partnership with our project delivery team, they will be tasked with bringing design and construction expertise to the table to provide us with some creative alternatives to deliver this project more quickly, with lower impacts, and an acceptable level of service for our customers. Next slide, please. The locations shown on this slide are some potential locations that will need to be more fully explored as potential sites for increased aircraft operations while the South Concourse gates are impacted during construction. Other alternatives may come to light as we start the design process and can engage with our contractor. Much more work will take place before we can say we're done in this area or that we're ready to say we have a viable gating strategy, though. Any questions before I move on to my next topic?
You can proceed.
Okay. I also want to take a moment to highlight an update to our diversity and contracting strategy for this program as well. As we've continued to engage with the FAA regarding the potential for grant funding for this program, we're focusing on the contracting opportunities that have the highest likelihood of success in obtaining that grant funding. At this time, we're focused on design services and our GCCM contract. For the other procurements identified in this request, we're engaging with our diversity and contracting team to set WMBE goals for the procurements that are not targeted for FAA grant funding. This will include our program management procurement, our construction management procurement, and our commissioning procurement. I bring this up now in order to be transparent not only with the Commission, but with our consulting community that will be working on partnerships as they seek to compete for this project. Unfortunately, this focus shift came about very recently, and we were not able to get it into the Commission memo, so I wanted to make sure we touch base on that here. And the last topic I need to cover before turning it back over to Ken is to share some news that for us in PMG, unfortunately, Ken has received a promotion and he'll be leaving us, moving over as the Senior Manager of Facilities and Infrastructure Program. We'll greatly miss Ken in his role as program leader, but look forward to working closely with him in his new role as one of our key stakeholders. We're already in the hiring process for Ken's replacement, and we're confident in the team in place continuing to progress this project and move us effectively through the procurements we have to progress on in the next months. But recognizing the confidence you showed in Ken in the last Commission briefing, we thought it was important to bring up today. And with that, I'll turn it back to Ken to cover the final portion.
Thank you, Stuart. Our delivery method will employ lessons learned from our capital program, and we believe it affords the most flexibility and a great path for success. Board staff would at this time, let's move on to the next slide, sorry. So board staff would like to proceed at this time with this landmark project, a future program, a real, true South Concourse evolution. Next slide. Any questions?
Thank you, Ken. Thank you, Stuart. I would appreciate the presentation, and it's obviously building on the briefing that we got last month or last meeting, so it's helpful to note we've got many of the questions already answered, but I am going to turn it over to commissioners for additional questions or comments now.
Yeah, I only have one question. Who comes up with all these names for these projects?
We actually believe that a big part of our potential for success is to identify a real name and an embodiment of a program. And so we went with the external relations, customer service, and created a group effort think about what to name this program. And therefore, we came up with South Concourse Evolution, which is identifiable, separate. We'll be creating a logo, and this creates the identify through the organization and through the public that is a path to success. When people talk about this program and the issues that revolve around it, they're going to identify that with the name. So we'll say it 3 times together. SoCo Evo, SoCo Evo, SoCo Evo. And over the next 10 years, you guys will grow to love it, and you'll grow to deal with all of the issues and pains of it.
Especially,
it will be a
every time we hear about
wonderful experience.
Meeting budget and schedule, it's just going to be like, man, this project is so amazing.
Well, I wasn't expecting you to really answer that question. SoCo Evo, not to be confused with Snohomish County. I can see that being people in Snohomish County freaking out because they think we're expanding into their territory. So let's just make it clear on the record. This is not SNOCO, it's SoCo. Thank you very much. I was able to get briefings on this in the aviation committee, and you guys have been doing a tremendous job on this, and so I really appreciate it. And Ken, we're going to miss you, but you're not going to be far, so we'll see you around.
Thank you so much.
Commissioner Mohammed?
Similar to Commissioner Cho, I was also briefed on this item through the aviation committee. And I appreciate all the hard work that is going into the planning process here. And I think the most exciting parts about hearing about some of our new projects is the environmental and sustainability investments that will be made and that is moving our port into the future. The question that I have, I guess I'll say, don't feel the need to answer it maybe in details. We never start a particular project thinking about going over budget, but I know that unexpected things happen all the time, and unpredictable things have happened, especially during the pandemic. So I'm just kind of wondering about what maybe some of the lessons learned from previous projects that we will incorporate in this project that is that we can share publicly.
Yeah, that's a great comment, and to address some of the concerns of the public and the commission, as part of developing this program over the last year, we have spent a lot of time with cost estimating and schedule. And one of the issues that we really encountered over the 15% PDD was, how long is this project going to take? How difficult is the phasing going to be? And how does cost apply to that timeline? So we really looked at a total gate outage. You might say you take all the gates out of service and say, how long does that take? You take one gate at a time out of service and say, how long does that take? And then you start looking at cost as they apply to those different phasing opportunities. And we've settled on this 6-5 gate phasing plan. And part of that is because it develops a cost trend of X number of dollars. If you remember back on our briefing, we talk about that cone of certainty, and we're still in the telescoping phase where we're a long ways away. So that range is going to be larger, but as we move forward with design, we're going to understand things a lot more from a phasing, from a technology, from a complexity standpoint, from an outage standpoint, and how we can basically develop the new opportunities. The gating mitigation plan will firm up, and then we will really start to understand what this project is. So at a 30%, I would imagine we're going to be here talking a lot more about cost, about how the project is going to be, not just what's in the project, but how the project is going to be built and how it's going to impact that customer experience. And that's the real challenge here, is this project is not about the what, it's more about the how. And how do we get there? How do we accommodate 25 international airlines, some of our most important international gates? And how do we take those out of service and keep them in service and keep the flying public happy, plus all of the partners that we have? You know, so this one is, it's a good one, it's a doozy, and we're gonna keep working on developing the answers, and that's why we're here, is to get that investment so we can get this thing off the ground and really get it rolling. Stand up our delivery team so we can start solving the problems and answering the questions, so we can come back with you with more certainty.
And I would just add a bit onto that. Excuse me, Commissioner, go ahead.
Please finish. No.
Oh, I just wanted to add on, again, as we go forward, Ken did a nice job of describing that. This is certainly a huge project, largest individual capital project that we'll have done. There is no sense of, or lack of a sense of concern over budget and what this costs within the aviation division, with all the way up through managing director, all the way up through the port. So there is a great deal of focus from day one and has been on this. There's also, as you noted, we're in those unprecedented times where we're seeing very extreme and unusual swings within the construction environment. So we've tried to be very cautious and diligent and fair in what we put in those plans for these long terms of what construction will look like 2, 3, 4 years down the road in terms of costs. And really looked at this with a focus of we have to design to budget to a certain extent. There was, as you saw in the previous briefing, some ideas that were much grander than this were, but not so affordable. So working towards that design to budget through this whole process from day one here at PDD is going to be a key focus for us going forward.
That was a really good question.
Great. No, thank you for that answer. Those were good answers, and I think it is really important for us to think about those lesson learned during the pandemic and being able to include that as part of our procurement and contracting process to ensure that we're not going over budget. And it happens, but whatever we can do to prevent it and be proactive is really important. And you both mentioned the importance of customer service, and so I'm also thinking about accommodation for all port customers. And so are there going to be gender neutral restrooms included as part of this project? If you could share that a little bit, that would be helpful.
Yep. Yes, within this project, there's actually a significant modification and modernization of the concourse ticketing level, which has a very large common area for the restrooms that would accommodate and will facilitate all gender restrooms, yes.
That concludes my questions. Thank you guys for the time.
And my only comments are to say that to that question of budget and the challenge for passengers traveling through our airport, it does seem like there is an immutable law of large or mega project construction, which is the longer you wait, the more expensive and painful it gets. And so I'm appreciative that this was brought forward as soon as possible within what we felt was a reasonable opportunity in our plan of finance to not overextending ourselves, but at the same time recognizing that this is not an optional upgrade. We do need to make these changes, both for seismic code reasons and to recognizing the fact that it's a pretty old facility now that needs to be upgraded. And so since we have to do it, the fact that we're bringing it forward as quickly as possible within our budget constraints, I think is a wise decision to get the ball rolling, and particularly in a very high inflation environment, to move things forward quickly, I think is wise. With that, and seeing no further questions or comments on this, I would ask for a motion and a second.
So moved.
Second.
All right, it has been moved and seconded. Clerk Hart, can you please call the roll?
Yes, beginning with Commissioner Cho.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hasagawa.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Mohammed.
Aye.
Thank you. And Commissioner Calkins.
Aye.
Thank you. 4 ayes, 0 nays for this item.
With that, the motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you again.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Ken and Stuart.
Thank you, Ken.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lance.
Thank you.
We're now going to move back to item 11, presentations and staff reports. Clerk Hart, can you please read the next item into the record? Executive Director Metric will then introduce the item.
Yes, this is agenda item 11B, SEA Part 150 Noise and Land Use Compatibility Study Update Briefing.
Commissioners, this item is a briefing on the planned Part 150 Noise and Land Use Compatibility Study that will be conducted starting next year. A Part 150 study is a defined FAA process by which airports like SEA assess current and future aircraft noise levels and their associated effects within impacted areas of the surrounding communities. The study establishes land use guidelines and identifies areas of significant aircraft noise in incompatible land uses. It also defines what noise abatement and mitigation programs the airport will offer. Staff will provide an overview briefing today and then return at your next public meeting to request authorization to procure a consultant who will help define the scope of the Part 150 study, all with the goal of beginning the study itself by the end of next year. The study process includes extensive community involvement, including the scheduling of multiple public meetings. The presenters are Stan Shepard, Senior Manager, Aviation Noise Programs, and Thomas Fagerstrom, the Airport Noise Programs Coordinator. So I'll turn it over to Stan.
All right. Thank you, Director Metric, and good afternoon, Commissioners. And I wish I could come up with a better acronym, but it's a Part 150, and that's what we have right now, so we'll stay with that. And just what Part 150 is, we can go to the next slide here. Part 150 is really the title out of the FAA regulation. CFR Part 14, Part 150 is actually the regulation that gives us a direction on how to undertake noise programs, evaluations, or studies at airports such as ours. It's a guideline for how we do these studies. It's very prescriptive in how we go about and the steps that we have to take to get to the end result for these kind of studies. It focuses on airport noise and land use incompatibilities and what I'm going to call these 65 DNL. I'm going to talk about that in the next slide coming up here. So if you can just hold your excitement until we get there on what a DNL is. And then just to really focus on the contours are really the outcome of a Part 150 study, and we really need to make sure that we understand what that is coming up. The end result of a Part 150 is what we're trying to achieve, and that gives us the land use incompatibilities within that contour and provides us with the ability to apply for FAA grant funding at 80% of noise programs as we proceed forward with those measures that are approved within this plan. So that's a big deal when we get through those and we want to apply for the funding to get that 80% back for us. Okay, let's go to the next slide and we'll jump into what a DNL noise contour is. DNL is the day-night noise level, and it's an average of noise over a year of all of the aircraft that operate out of the airport. Like DNL or not like DNL, it is the FAA's required metric that we have to use in this study. It's a federal standard for most all federal agencies that evaluate noise, and it really gives us that average of noise that is impacting the communities around the airport. It does give a weighting of 10 during the nighttime hours, so every aircraft that flies over, we put another 10 dB penalty on that aircraft when it flies over, so it kind of accentuates the nighttime noise a little bit more during the modeling period, just to account for those hours that are really quiet where people are trying to sleep in their homes and noise is going over. So the FAA, another thing that I have on the slide is the FAA will not allow the use of noise monitoring data to assess the impacts. So if you think about noise modeling, what they do is the input variables of all of the aircraft that operate at the airport. We know the noise associated with each one of those aircraft that operate out of the airport, and that's contained within the noise model that the FAA has. So it's very prescriptive, very detailed analysis of each individual aircraft cumulative for that. So noise monitoring data is usually a little bit of corrupt out there. It's not ever a specific science where you can only capture aircraft noise. So the FAA really requires that the exact science of knowing what each aircraft noise event is like. The 65 DNL contour, which I'll show on the next slide, is really the basis of where the FAA is showing an impact to communities. And we look at both the current and then the future noise contours. So let's go to the next slide. And this is what our current 65 DNL contour looks like, and that was produced out of our last Part 150 study that was done in 2014. So this is the area that is within the 65 DNL contour that we evaluated for all of our land use planning that we did in our last Part 150. So just to give you a depiction of it, there's around 240th Street down in Des Moines and up to about 100th Street in the city of SeaTac in that area, so surrounding the airport. And again, this is not some choice that we make where this line lies. This is actually the line where that cumulative 65 DNL noise contour is derived from. We'll go to the next slide. And I'm going to turn it over to Tom to go over some of the land use planning.
Okay, thanks. Good afternoon. So Part 150, at the heart of it is land use planning. What's compatible and what's incompatible with the noise in the surrounding communities. And federal regulation deems that incompatible land uses at or above 65 DNL include single-family and multifamily residential, schools, of course, places of worship, hospitals, nursing homes, and daycare facilities that have licensed educators have all been deemed by federal regulation to be incompatible at noise levels at 65 or above. So identifying those when we start to do an inventory for our Part 150 is essential to locate all of those addresses within that new updated 65 DNL contour. In addition to that, we will also evaluate potential noise abatement initiatives within the study, and that's actually the source of the noise from the aircraft itself, what can possibly be changed at how aircraft are operating on the ground at our airport or in the skies in the local areas close to the airport. What can possibly benefit that 65 DNL contour that comes out of the study? What can aircraft possibly be doing differently? We'll also evaluate any ongoing programs. As I'll go over on the next slide, we've had a lot of updates to this study over the many years. So we will look at ongoing programs and look at if there's any adjustments that need to be made to continuing ongoing programs as well. We take a look back with this study as well. So next slide, please. So as I alluded to, Part 150, we were one of the first airports in the country, large airports in the country, to conduct a Part 150 back in 1985. And every update has been an update to that study. We've done 3 previously, 1992, 2002, and 2014. All those updates included new measures along the way. And each of those studies, of course, and we want to certainly accentuate the extensive public involvement that's been involved in each of those studies, study updates. That public involvement includes numerous public meetings in various locations chosen around the region for the study. We'll have, with this study, a public-facing website that will be updated regularly so the community can see where the study is at that time. Lots of updates there. Regular updates to many stakeholders, including port commissioners, of course, at regular intervals. All the many stakeholders, community, will go to city councils, whatever is necessary throughout the study to keep folks updated with the study. And of course, everything we will have multilingual outreach in many different ways throughout the study, of course. And next slide, please.
All right, so for Our last Part 150 that we completed in 2014, just to give you a little recap of where we're at with that. We did update the noise remedy boundary with that, so the noise remedy boundary actually has to match that DNL contour in a way. It's always more inclusive than exclusive, so our boundary, we do kind of block rounding a little bit more within there. We identified continuation of our single-family sound insulation program. So we've been sound insulating, like Tom said, since 1985. We sound insulated over 9,400 single-family homes right now, and that project continues on. So we're actively working on more of the single-family sound insulation now as they come in to the program. We have a condominium sound insulation program, so we're completing the one condominium complex that was identified through that study. It was in Des Moines, so we're completing that this year. And we have a huge new program coming up right now, which is our apartment sound insulation program. There were about 10 buildings that are deemed eligible for that program, so we're moving forward with that right now. We're going into design with 2 of those buildings, and we're going to start construction next year. We just approved that contracting not too long ago with the commission. And we're continuing with our sound insulation for schools also, so that's kind of a separate thing from the Part 150. We have a separate memorandum of agreement with the FAA and the Highline School District to help them out with reconstruction of their schools. We've completed 10 of those schools with the Highline School District, and there's 5 more to go. They have one of their schools right now, which is, I forget what the name of it is, Pacific Middle School, I think it is, coming up soon, and that is on the ballot for a bond approval coming up. So once they get that bond approved, then we'll move forward with that project with them also. And then we have what we call voluntary acquisition of residential in the south approach transition zone for the 3rd runway. There's not much down there right now. There's a couple of homes that we're looking at in that area to see if they would like to voluntarily be taken out, acquired, and they would be moved to another location if they would like to have that. So that's just south of the 3rd runway for low-flying aircraft and noise in that area. Next slide.
So as I alluded to, there's also noise abatement measures that we can look at and include in the study. Just looking back at the 2014, the last update for examples that were measures that were part of the last update in 2014, I should say. Continuation of aircraft maintenance run-up restrictions at the airport. That's been in our noise compatibility plan for a long time, restricting those nighttime run-ups to a maximum of 2 minutes between 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. Continuing that's an example of a noise abatement measure. Continuation of the Fly Quiet program. Fly Quiet actually dates back to the 2002 update, and it's been carried forward since. Fly Quiet's where we recognize airlines that have done the best over the previous year at limiting noise. So that has its roots in Part 150 as an example. We included one of the phases of Fly Quiet is looking at the noise abatement procedures that are in place and compliance levels. So that's very much an element. Ongoing monitoring of noise abatement corridors, which is related, but that's something that has been very successful over the years. Our monthly exchanging of information with local FAA air traffic controllers about how they're doing with noise abatement procedures and corridors. That's been a very successful measure that will carry forward, I'm sure. Again, these are just examples of things that can come out of a new update. We'll evaluate and update the noise monitoring system. That was part of the last update as well, and that took place. We did update our actually flight tracking system and noise monitoring system after that last updated Part 150. And one that's near and dear to our hearts is, of course, the inclusion of continuing to operate the noise office. That has to be included as a measure as well in Part 150 to keep our work going.
And next slide. So coming up right now, what we're doing is going into this next Part 150 study, and this is really the opportunity for us to go in and take a look at how we're operating everything noise-related at the airport, seeing if there's something within that 65 DNL contour that we can do better within where the airplanes are flying or working with the FAA, finding things, innovative ways to move forward and do things better if we can. So we're at the stage right now is we're just at the very beginning of that process, and we're looking to hire a consulting firm to start that, and the consulting firm will kind of give us that direction on how we can proceed with the program. These consulting firms that are involved with this really are national level. They know what the FAA's requirements are and how to work with the FAA and how to work with the airports to make sure that the process is done correctly. We're finalizing the initial consultant scope right now with the FAA, so we're just at the stage of a consultant scope. We're not at a stage of an actual project scope. Once we get the consultant on board, what we'll do is work with the consultant and also the commission to come up with how we really want to proceed with every element of that study, including public outreach and equity and technical and everything that's going to go into this process. So we're not at that stage yet. We're just at the stage of really hiring the consultant and getting that work done. The study development will take place, or the consultant procurement will take place in 2023. Once we get that moving along, we'll start the study development and data collection, which is really kind of intensive of understanding where every aircraft is flying and what every land use within that contour area is. So analyzing all of that. We'll do full public study outreach is really anticipated for 2014, so we're a year away from that. And it's going to be a multi-year study within 4 to 7 years is my best guess compared to what other airports are actually doing right now with these studies. So next slide. At our next commission meeting, there's going to be a request for authorization for the project to move forward and also for the procurement of the consultant work. So that'll be a $7 million total project authorization. $1 million was authorized earlier in the year, and there's $6 million remaining to be authorized for the total of $7 million coming up for the next commission meeting. And that's the end, so we'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Tom, and thank you, Stan. I want to take a moment of just kind of personal privilege to especially thank Stan for all the work you've done at the port. We know that coming up at the end of the year, I think you're retiring.
Yes, I am. So.
And I don't know how many more times we're going to get to see you before then, but I did want to make sure just to recognize you had a team that does extraordinary work for the community, but also has to deal with some of the folks who are most frustrated with the port. And you do it with grace and with kindness and a level head and equanimity, and we are truly grateful for your service for all this time. So thank you for shepherding this one through as well before you go. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to the other commissioners for any questions or comments.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
You bet, Stan.
And you stole my thunder. I was gonna be the first to mention that.
You can say things, Stan.
I want to echo those sentiments, Stan. This is some of the toughest work that we do. As you know, there are many communities that feel like they are left out of this process, but you have done so well in facilitating these conversations, for sticking to the facts, and making sure that that we as an organization are held accountable to what our obligations are. And so I really appreciate all the terrific work that you've done on this. Obviously, there's a lot of work to be done going forward. I hope we can bring you back in some capacity. And as I say to everyone who at some point leaves the port, this is home to you, and that you're always welcome back. And so I expect to see you at the airport or in the halls or in the community, even long after your retirement. So thank you for that. With regards to the actual topic at hand, I just wanted to say that I think that a study, revisiting the Part 150 study is extremely important given the tremendous growth that we've seen at SeaTac, or Seattle-Tacoma International Airport. As I mentioned a few seconds ago, there are a lot of communities that are anxiously waiting for this to be done in hopes that maybe there may be some modifications that we can make or steps that we can take to include folks that may potentially be excluded right now because we're leaning on some old data. And so I'm looking forward to this. I didn't realize it was going to be such a long process, that it would be 4+ years potentially. And so, you know, hopefully we can get some stuff while we're doing the study, right, and get some, you know, updates in between while it's being done, so that we're not necessarily waiting 46 years to hear something. 46 years is a long time. A lot can change in 46 years, right? And so I'm hopeful that we can maybe get some updates throughout the process, and we can kind of take those into consideration. So thank you for that.
Commissioner Mohammed.
Thank you for the time. Thank you to the noise program staff, especially Stan. I can't imagine how hard your work is. Even as someone who lives in South King County, I happen to be among the folks who complain about the noise that comes from our aircrafts. And being a commissioner, I also recognize how challenging it is to balance the operations and also, responding to all of the community needs. And so I do appreciate all the work that the noise program staff and your leadership in supporting the Port of Seattle and the constituents of King County. And so I just want to make sure that you know that. I do have a couple of questions. One, I wanted to know, so the FAA has studied annoyance levels. How does the outcome of that study relate to the 65 DNL?
Okay, yeah, the FAA has went through what they call an annoyance survey. They actually call it a community survey. They did this several years ago, taking a look at where the community was most annoyed at. Was it the 65 DNL, or was it a DNL lower than that, or where would that stand? The FAA came out with the information as far as what they call the annoyance curves. Those annoyance curves did show that there was annoyance at lower levels than 65. I don't think anybody was too surprised at that. But what the FAA has not done is they've not come out with any kind of policy to follow up with that. So what happens with that is the policy, and this is the way the FAA stated, is the policy stays the policy of what they have until they change it. And they have not made any effort to really change that policy. It would be fairly substantial if they did, so I think that's why they're taking a cautious look at this, to look at how many airports would actually be impacted by a change like that, what would the impacts be, and if there is any kind of policy they could change for sound insulation programs too. So that may be coming down the line in another 5 to 10 years possibly with the policy change. But I don't see it really happening anytime in the next few years. They may come out with some kind of information on it, but changing a policy like that is going to take a long time to do.
Right. That's thanks for sharing that. That's helpful. And I think even for the public, it is important to understand that the Port of Seattle operates under rules that are set by the federal government, and there are a lot of limitations, and I wish the port had more authority to take action around this area, but I definitely do think that there are opportunities for us to include this as part of our federal legislative priorities. And so Stan, if we can have a conversation around that, I don't think we've gotten presentations on what our upcoming federal legislative priorities will look like, but that is something that I would like to see, as well as advocating for the reopening of the EPA's Office of Noise Abatement and Control, and looking at other federal legislations that would support the community. The other question that I had was regarding. Do you want to respond to that, Stan?
We have Eric Schinfeld here, who has actually been working on that.
Oh, is he in the room? There you go, Eric.
Yes.
Yeah, Commissioner. Hi, everyone. Eric Schinfeld, Federal Government Relations Manager for the Port of Seattle. Both of those items, Commissioner. So tomorrow night is the next meeting of our START Committee. At that START Committee, we will be asking for approval of our 2023 FAA reauthorization priorities. These are the priorities that are shared between the Port and the 6 cities about what should be in next year's FAA reauthorization bill, particularly related to aircraft noise and emissions. And both of those items that you mentioned, Commissioner, having congressional weigh-in on this issue of the noise annoyance study and the current 65 DNL is front and center in our legislative agenda with the 6 cities, as well as this legislation from Representative Smith, U.S. Representative Adam Smith, that would bring the EPA back into noise. So both of those priorities are part of our shared agenda with the cities, and they will be part of the Port's 2023 federal agenda as well. And we'll share that letter as soon as it's approved tomorrow night by the START committee. So.
Great, thank you so much, Eric. I didn't realize you were in the room, so that was great. The other question, Stan, that I have is, so I didn't realize how long this study also was going to take, and so I'm just wondering if you could share any predictions on how this noise boundary will change as a result of this study. Is there any sort of information that you can share with us today?
Yeah, and just on the length of the study, anything we can do to make that study go quicker would be great. I mean, it is a lengthy study, but we're really going to try and make it as quick as we possibly can. The change in the noise boundary isn't going to be dramatic, I don't think, from what we're seeing right now. The aircraft noise levels associated with the fleet we have right now compared to all of the number of aircraft we have coming in isn't dramatically different. Now, there could be some analysis that's going to change that would change the contours on the west side of the airport with some changes in the way we're seeing some operations happening at the airport, but it isn't going to be dramatic. So it's looking at things within the contour that we maybe haven't done yet within the sound insulation programs, and if there is any expansion of that boundary, even if it's small, it could be several homes out there that maybe have not been done in that area. You have to understand, too, that when 1985, when we started this program, that boundary was huge. It was big. Went all the way down to Federal Way and way up north, and we've been sound insulating in that area for all of those 30-some years. So there's 9,000 some homes that are really outside of our current boundary that have already been done. So there's a lot that is out there, and we'll just look at what hasn't been done yet and find some new programs, hopefully, to move forward with.
Thank you for that answer. I'll just say that, you know, this study we're making a huge investment in this study and putting millions of dollars into it. And I'm hearing that it's not going to have such a, like, we're not going to receive information that is very much different than what we probably already know. Makes me also wonder about, like, are we developing any alternative noise metrics that does not just rely on the FAA's model to track noise sensitivity, considering the amount of sort of complaints that we get from communities near the airport. My understanding is we've received over 400,000 complaints in 2019 from community members near the airport. And so I do wonder about what are other alternative noise metrics that we could be using, or developing new systems that could be more supportive of the community.
Yeah, we do use other noise metrics to look at impacts within the community. But those noise metrics, other than DNL, there really is no, I call it a baseline of significance. Where is that baseline of significance? You can have what we call a single exposure event is a one-time event, but we don't really say what, if you had one airplane fly over, you would receive some kind of mitigation from it. It's challenging to do that if you don't do it on some kind of cumulative metric. As far as funding goes and everything, it is still the FAA's policy to move forward with the DNL metric. So there really isn't any industry baseline of significance for another metric that we could use. Not to say that other airports haven't tried to look at that, but basing programs off of it is extremely difficult.
Thanks, Dan. The other question I have, I know that you guys are going to put up a website for the Part 150 study. And I know we've talked about this before around us hearing about some failed installations. I think this is an opportunity to survey the community for them to be able to report any homes that or constituents who think that their installations have failed, for them to do some self-reporting. Is that something that we will include as part of this study as we go out into the community?
Yeah, I think it's actually the perfect time for it. So with the Part 150 study, when you're trying to look at all of your programs, things that have happened in the past, things that you're doing better, it's a time to actually look at your sound insulation programs and see how they're working out within the communities also. So it's an opportunity for us to identify the community and their desires for these kind of programs. When we go out to community meetings and we talk about these things, it's also a time for us to maybe think about putting some kind of feasibility study in place through this process to identify the need for such a program. Right now, we don't know the full extent of it, the failures out there, what they are, and how they're happening, so it's an opportunity for us to dig deeper into that topic. And if we're going to be able to develop any programs into the future, typically a Part 150 process would be the perfect opportunity to develop those programs to move forward. That being said, that this Part 150 program probably will not identify funding for that. It could identify the need for that kind of program, but since this is a federal process that we're going through to get federal funding for, it would not identify it because failed packages right now are not a part of the FAA's eligibility for those. Now, this is again something that Eric's team is working on to try and get funding in place to move forward with those and the FAA to do something with it, but right now it's not. So if we can find a need for the program and then work on the national level to get funding in place for it, or even other funding sources for it, there's options with it. But it is the time to look at those programs to see if the need is there to move forward with something.
That's exactly right. Yeah, I think we have to be able to identify the problem, identify the need, and then we can begin to talk about what funding streams look like. That concludes my questions. And again, I just want to say, like, the Port of Seattle really does operate under the rules set by the federal government. That makes it really challenging when the federal government says that airport revenues must be used at the airport, and 70% of the port's revenues come from the airport. That means just about 30% of the port's revenues can really address aviation or near port community issues, including noise. And so I think there's a lot of work that needs to happen on the federal level to help support some of the concerns that we do here. Stan, again, thank you for your leadership. And I thank your staff for the hard work that they've put in to address the number of issues that comes from the public. Thank you.
Commissioner Hasegawa.
Thank you. I'm wondering, how did the FAA decide that 65 DNL is a level of significance for community impact?
That's a long history with that, and there's I don't even remember the time frame. Back in the 1970s, I suppose, they went through such a sort of thing as an annoyance survey also. There was some annoyance surveys built up, analyzed, and they came up with the decision 65 was the base level for it. So I think there's a lot of interpretation, is that the correct level or not throughout the entire industry. We believe that. So,
is there any consideration for frequency of flights or the duration of the noise pollution?
DNL does take that into account. So it takes into account all of the aircraft, where they're flying, how high they're flying, what engines are on that aircraft, what's the load factors, what's the weather, what's the topography. Everything is within that noise model, so it is there. Yeah.
So for our Part 150 study, you said that you conduct, for intents and purposes, focus groups around the region and get community input. How is that sort of anecdotal information used?
What we'll do in the focus groups, if we use such a thing, or a community meeting. Last time we went out and we had, 200 people in a room, and we broke them up with, 50 or 60 whiteboards, and everybody would have input into that process saying, in the beginning, you take in every comment there is. What do you want to see in a noise study? What is everybody in their community? What are the concerns with it? We take all of that down, and then we start to build up on what is actually feasible. So we'll take all those and work with the community groups to understand what is actually feasible within a Part 150 study for implementation. Hopefully we come up with some unique ideas or something different to come forward with and move forward with them. So it's kind of the process of making sure everybody's heard, the comments are there, and if we can find something unique within that process to move forward, we do.
Does it sort of serve as our own version of an annoyance survey? Or could it?
It can show annoyance within the community, absolutely, yeah.
Do you think perhaps, but it hasn't in the past? It hasn't gathered that sort of information in the past?
Well, I mean, we track noise comments, we track complaints, and we know the noise annoyance and noise levels that are associated with that over communities. So it's something we track and keep track of, absolutely. Yeah.
Do you think the lack of a policy change on the federal level supersedes our ability to do some sort of a policy at the Port of Seattle based upon what we know about community annoyance?
I would say that we have to trust the science right now that they have. I don't have enough information or science behind something just on a local level to make a decision not based on what the FAA would have.
Okay. And I wonder what exists beyond annoyance when we are also receiving information that these community members or entire areas geographically, although they do not sit within the 65 DNL contour, they do have measurable disparities in their quality of life or their health.
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt that the airport impacts communities all over the region. It really does. So, I mean, that's an easy thing to see with you having an airport in the middle of a community. There's no way out of that.
So how does impacted community member find out what their own home DNL level is?
When we go through the noise study, we will produce the noise contours and we'll be able to provide those to the community at the time. Right now, we don't provide or produce DNL levels outside of a Part 150 typically.
Okay, thank you.
I think we had a comment.
Yeah, Commissioner Hasagawa, I'll just say, in listening to your questions, we can brief you more about that, but the different levels of federal regulation that apply, create complexities about coming up with our own solutions about what noise annoyance are and the like Stan said, to the scientific basis of these studies. So we can brief you more on that. Happy to do that.
So a few observations. I think I don't want to give the impression that we already know the outcome of that future study. And it sounds to me, based on the potential for increased operations, but the continued improvements by airlines, by aircraft manufacturers to reduce the noise from airframes, that we may end up very similar to what we have right now. So I want us to be careful about creating the sense that, boy, this thing is going to balloon up and all of a sudden many more communities will be captured within that. I don't think that's likely. At the same time, I do want us to think about there's more than one way to skin a cat here, that both insulation efforts are important, the work that we can do within that 65 DNL is really important, but there's also a lot of work to be done to continue to improve the amount of noise produced. And Tom mentioned some of those things. I think that question of both noise and emissions needs to play a more prominent role in our conversations with the type of aircraft that are that make up the domestic and international fleets for flights generally. That's not a Port of Seattle only conversation. That's an aviation conversation. But I'll tell you, the next generation aircraft that we saw the first flight of a commercially viable electric plane out of Moses Lake a month ago, and it's much quieter. And so there is some hope that, we will see quieter and quieter airframes in the future. So I don't want this all to be despair today. I think there's real potential for hope. I recall when I was a student living abroad in Quito, Ecuador, I lived at the end of a runway, and the daily Air Cubana flight on an Aeroflot plane was so loud that, even a couple of miles off the end of the runway, you had to scream to talk to somebody. And so there has been very real improvements in the total noise. But all that said, I think the port needs to continue to be a leader on federal legislation advocacy around improving the ability, both the federal funding to support noise insulation efforts, and also to get the kind of data that's needed in these communities to ensure that the people who are truly impacted are getting the respite that they need. So thank you for the presentation. Are there any other comments, Executive Director Metric? Okay. Yeah, one last comment from Commissioner Hasegawa.
I just wanted to thank you for your service.
Thank you.
And wish you all the best in retirement.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you all for the nice comments, too. It's been a great career with the port. I couldn't have asked for a better place to be, really. So.
Yeah, he's been my boss for a long time. We're all very happy for him, and we've all been very lucky to have him. Yeah.
All right.
Go move someplace quiet, Stan.
Don't retire on Beacon Hill.
So
That's
I'm
where I
glad
live
that
now,
Commissioner Cho apparently has a plan to pull you back into work, though. I'm glad that.
Probably.
I secretly have a plan for everyone who retires from the port to pull them back into work.
Okay, thank you so much. Clerk Hart, can you please read the final item into the record? We'll then hear from Executive Director Metric to introduce the item. And I will note, I do need to depart in a few minutes, but Commissioner Cho is going to take over chairing the meeting at that point.
Thank you. This is Agenda Item 11C, Tax Levy Draft Plan of Finance for 2023 through 2027.
Commissioners, over the past few months, you have engaged in a thoughtful strategic review of our spending priorities for the 2023 budget. And I want to thank you up front for your valuable feedback and input in those deliberations so far. Key to implementing the vision for those investments is how we pay for them. Of course, it's not just like what you plan to do with it, but how you pay for something, as we all know. As well as how we pay for our 5-year capital improvement program that you've heard about as well. The plan of finance is that plan for sourcing our operations and our capital plans. The draft plan of finance that you'll hear about today looks at a mix of revenue sources, including our operating income and the port's property tax. In developing this proposed plan of finance, we have focused on the short-term and long-term financial responsibility and sustainability of our organization. The last few years are a great example of why this matters, because we were able to use our reserves to help smooth the financial impact of the pandemic on our business lines and keep all of our employees fully employed during the time period. This year, the goal is to ensure that we strike a balance between making important operational infrastructure and community investments against the uncertain fiscal outlook ahead that we all are well aware of. We're also very sensitive to balancing the impact of inflation on our capital costs in operations and the impact of inflation on the taxpayers of King County. So at this time, we're going to move to the presentation, and I'm going to actually cover a few slides, and then I'll turn it over to our presenter, Elizabeth Morrison, Director of Corporate Finance from the Budget and Finance Shop, and also Scott Bertram, Manager of Corporate Finance. So first, I'm going to cover a couple slides before turning it over to Elizabeth. Next slide, please. Commissioners, here's just an overview of what you're going to hear in this presentation. We're going to talk about the budget process timeline, where we are in that timeline. And then I'm going to give a bottom line up front. And President Calkins, I'm glad you're here for that, at least the bottom line up front part. And then we'll get to that. And then we'll look at the tax levy background in our recommendation for 2023. And we'll be looking farther down the road over the horizon, which is our responsibility to do, to look at financial sustainability of the port. And then we'll look at the draft plan of finance for the 2023, our capital planning and funding for non-airport, and our capital planning and funding for the airport. And then just say there's a lot of more material in the appendix as well. Next slide, please. And Commissioners, this is just where we are in the plan of finance. We are here on October 25th, but we also have the first reading and the public hearing for the 2023 budget coming up in mid-November. Then in late November, we'll have the second reading and final passage of the 2023 budget in late November. So that's kind of where we are. And next slide, please. So I'm going to go ahead and talk about the bottom line up front. And so that is, as you heard from me before, I talked about this as a number, but this is what we're going to be recommending. We're recommending a 2% annual levy increase over the next 5 years for the tax levy. Key projects need to be funded by the levy over the next few years, and we'll be touching on those. And the future levy capacity needed to fund environmental cleanup obligations, we'll be looking at that as well, talking about that. We believe this number, 2%, is a responsible approach to meeting our near-term needs while minimizing costs to local residents and maintaining our capacity for future investments in financial resilience. In fact, under this plan, the levy increase is expected to result in less than $1 an increase to the median homeowner in King County. And then lastly, we're going to be looking into the future. And we'll be looking at, we'll be talking about the funding capital plan that is our future. It remains critical to providing and maintaining our billions of dollars of transportation infrastructure that we have. And that infrastructure, those capital projects, sustain jobs, the community environment, but they also ensure our future operations into the future and those sources of revenue that depend on those that infrastructure. And you'll hear we'll have, as you've heard already, we have a tremendous amount of capital projects in the pipeline, and we have to look at the funding needed for those. And we just heard about a few of those in the aviation side today on capital projects moving forward. And then looking into the future, we're going to talk about this, and I'll have a recommendation, because we need to analyze the anticipated uses of the levy and the funding of our capital programs, and we have to I'll talk more about it with a recommendation, and we'll have to adjust our strategies and our approaches as necessary depending on the circumstances we see in the future. A lot of times changes in the present, if we do those now earlier enough, we don't have to make more drastic changes in the future. So that's something we'll discuss here, and I'll have a recommendation about that when we get to it. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Elizabeth Morrison. Elizabeth.
Thank you, and good afternoon. This presentation won't be as inspiring as some of the presentations earlier, particularly those aviation high school students were amazing. But this is a nuts and bolts of how we pay for the investments we make in the community, both capital and non-capital. And one of the critical resources for that is the tax levy. So next slide, please. Beginning with some background, Washington State allows ports to levy a tax on the properties within its boundaries. And this is set every year by the commission. It's a dollar amount that the commission can set up to a statutory maximum. That maximum is calculated by King County, and it grows about 2%, approximately 2% each year. The levy can be used for basically any port purpose, but there are policies and practices that we have developed over the years for that. The first use is always for the payment of general obligation bond debt service. General obligation bonds are the port's full faith and credit pledge to pay bondholders, and it's paid from the tax levy. Just to provide some context, most of the port's bonds are revenue bonds paid from our operating income. Only 8% of our bonds are GO bonds, but they also represent 70% of our non-airport debt, since most of our airport debt is revenue bonds. The port has used the tax levy to pay for environmental remediation, and that's legacy liabilities. Things like the Lower Duwamish and East Waterway cleanups are big components of that. It's used to pay for regional transportation projects like the SR 509 Gateway and the West Seattle Bridge and the East Marginal Way projects, the partnerships we have with the state and the city for transportation improvements. It's used to pay for a number of community investments, like workforce development, equity, and economic development. And it's used to pay for waterfront infrastructure investments, and those are investments both managed by the Seaport Alliance and by our Maritime and Economic Development divisions. Next slide, please. So while the levy can be used for any legal purpose except the payment of revenue bonds, we do have policies and practices that we've developed over the years on how to manage the tax levy. Specifically, we try and limit the amount that we leverage the levy, so maintaining our GO bond debt service to be no more than 75% of the levy collected each year. We also have capital investment criteria for capital investments that use the tax levy. In summary, it's for any business that doesn't fully recover its costs or is self-sustaining, which is many of our non-airport businesses. Though the exception is we don't use the tax levy to make investments in the South Harbor. We also have used the levy to pay for environmental costs, and we have limited the use of the levy for airport purposes, and that's because the airport is self-sustaining. There are some exceptions for things that cannot use airport funds legally because of revenue diversion restrictions. And finally, a cornerstone of the tax levy has been maintaining some dry powder for future resilience, and that dry powder is in the form of the difference between the port's actual levy and the maximum levy that the port can assess. This has also really supported the port's strong credit ratings. Next slide, please. This graph illustrates how that dry powder has benefited the port over the years. The top red line shows the maximum levy. The blue line shows the port's actual levy. The green line is just what the levy would be if we simply did inflationary increases each year. So you can see that beginning in 1990, which is the year that the state allowed taxing authorities to levy less than the maximum and still have the ability to go back to that maximum. So beginning then, the port did start to build up some dry powder, and then there have been times where we've tapped into that dry powder to support our enterprises. Most specifically, in the early 2000s, we had the attacks of 9/11, we had the dot-com bust, we had a big recession. And to support the port's financial strength, the commission chose to increase the levy. And then again, later in 2007, 2008, when the port was making some major investments to reactivate Terminal 30 for containers and to purchase the East Side Rail Corridor and make a contribution to the SR 99 tunnel. But then we started to see weakness in the container business, and so we did have some increases then, and then kept it flat to rebuild that dry powder. So you can see how it's been a valuable asset to have that for our resilience. Next slide, please. All of this informs how we approach the development of the levy and its uses for the 2023 to 27 planning process. We want to maintain the levy resilience by maintaining some of that dry powder. We will use it first for GO bonds. We will use it for environmental liabilities and to pay for certain community programs. And we also expect that any remaining levy can be used for funding capital programs, and that can be either in the form of cash or we can borrow against it for new GO bonds. Next slide, please. As Executive Director Metric noted, we are recommending a levy of $82.7 million, which represents the 2% increase, and that's consistent with what we discussed at the August retreat. And that also helps us maintain the difference between the maximum and the actual levy. The table at the bottom shows the actual levy versus the maximum levy, both in this current year and what we're proposing for next year. Next slide, please. We always ask the question of what is the taxpayer impact of the port's levy? This table shows, again, the actual levy for 2022 and the proposed levy for 2023, and what that translates into a millage rate. So the county calculates what the port's levy is per $100,000 of assessed value. We apply that to a median homeowner. For 2022, the median home value in King County was $694,000, and that is from the county itself. The county doesn't have the 2023 median, so we make an estimate, and we've estimated $830,000 is the value of a median home in King County. So you can see that that means that the taxpayer in 2022, median taxpayer paid just under $78 to the port in this year, and will pay just a little bit above $78 next year. So that's an increase of less than $1. And to put that in context, in 2022, the median homeowner paid a total of about $7,000 in King County property taxes. So the port's portion of that is quite small. It's about 1.2% of total King County taxes. Next slide, please. Every year we provide an update on where we are with the tax levy in the current year. In the interest of time, I can skip over this. There's also more detail in the back. It shows you line items of the uses that we discussed earlier. I will note that there are two sub-funds of the levy, the Harbor Development Fund that's been used to help pay for Terminal 5 and is expected to be extinguished this year, and the Transportation Infrastructure Fund, where we have set aside levy dollars to meet our obligations to other localities for transportation projects like the SR 509 and West Seattle Bridge. So next slide, please. This shows a 5-year aggregated look, so 2023 to 2027, of the sources and uses. And we begin with about $10 million rolling over from the end of this year. We will be collecting a total of $430 million if we have this 5-year 2% annual increase to the tax levy. We are also expecting to receive some environmental grants and recoveries from insurance claims of about $42 million. First claim on that is debt service. That's estimated to be $188 million, which includes debt service on existing GO bonds and anticipation of an additional $175 million of GO bonds that will fund capital projects. We're also expecting to use $126 million of levy cash to pay for capital projects as well. And $92 million for environmental remediation. $5 million is the final payment for the port's contribution to its equity in the Seaport Alliance. That's the third of 3 payments that was agreed upon in 2019. And then various community programs total about $69 million, and there are details of those in the back. And I'll note that many programs are not funded with the levy or are partially funded with operating funds, so this $69 million only represents the levy-funded portion of various programs. Next slide, please. While we focus on the next 5 years, 2023 to 2027, we do look further ahead than that because that can inform the decisions that we make today. And specifically what trade-offs we might need to make in terms of spending on capital and non-capital needs. One specific non-capital need is our environmental remediation. We have some large remediation projects. They're uncertain with respect to the actual cost and the timing of those payments as those work through the various processes with the EPA. But we do know that they will have to be paid, that it will become a legal obligation of the port. And so we have those on our radar as we look into the future. And then we also want to make sure that we are prepared for any unanticipated needs. Most recently we had the pandemic, but we also had the Great Recession, and we had significant downturns in the container business. And so being prepared to address that in the future is important as well, and why we recommend maintaining some of that dry powder. Next slide, please. The tax levy can't just be looked at in isolation because it does work hand in hand with the operating income, particularly from our non-airport businesses. Both can be used for any port purpose, except as noted with the tax levy for revenue bonds. And so the funds are really fungible. But we do have policies and practices about how those are used. It does mean that these resources are very flexible. I'll note that the biggest difference between the tax levy and the operating funds is that the tax levy is a very stable resource. We can count on that. You set the amount, and so we know what that will be. The income, that can be variable. We've seen upswings in income. We've seen times when the income has declined. So we need to manage that resource a little bit differently. The tax levy and the income, the non-airport income, are both used to pay for expenses and for debt service. And after that, what's left over can be applied to capital. Now, the diagram on the right really should have a feedback loop, because those capital investments are what sustain our businesses and provide for the continuing generation of that non-airport income. Next slide, please. Turning back specifically to the tax levy and our look ahead, bar on the left shows the next 5-year period, 23 to 27, and the bar on the right shows the subsequent 5 years. So in the next 5 years, we expect that about 26% of the levy will be used for the tax levy. Then we have our GeoBond debt service, which is mandatory, and we have environmental remediation, which is also mandatory. And then about 14% of the levy will be used for community programs. But once we move into the subsequent 5 years, we don't anticipate having levy available to pay for capital programs. We are anticipating that significant amounts of levy will be needed for environmental remediation when added to the GeoBond debt service. And we are also expecting that we will continue many of the community program investments. That means there won't be levy available for capital investments. So what does that mean? Next slide, please. This slide shows the funding of capital investments. Again, the left bar is the next 5 years, and the right bar is the subsequent 5 years. So while in the next 5 years, we expect to have capital projects funded by a combination of tax levy and income, once we move into the second 5 years, we are expecting that all the capital will need to be funded with income alone. Now, the good news is that we are forecasting that we will have some growth in income from various sources. But the caution is that that income is variable, so it's very difficult to count on that, and it's even more difficult to leverage that because a decline in income means we can't pay our revenue bond debt service. And our abilities to generate new income can be limited. Next slide, please.
Yeah, Commissioners, I'm going to step in here because based on that long-term analysis from 2028 to 2032, I'd recommend, this is just my recommendation, and I'd like to talk to the Commission about that, doing a long-term, looking at this, doing an analysis and come back with the recommendations and options for your consideration for that long-term sourcing of what's the proper mix of those, because we know that having that variable and non-variable income, and Elizabeth just went over the pros and cons of that going forward, but I think we owe you that analysis to look forward in order to look at, and what's the ramifications of that, in those different options. So I just want to point that out. Again, we're looking down the road, beyond 5 years, but we have to do that just to make sure that we're keeping sustainability of our operations. So.
Excellent. Is that it?
That's for the tax levy, and we can take questions on the tax levy now,
Okay.
or we can move right to the plan of finance and take questions after.
Why don't we go ahead and open it up for comments and questions from the commissioners at this time? All right, Commissioner Mohammed, do you have any questions for Elizabeth on the tax levy?
No specific questions, but Elizabeth, thank you for the work that you've done and for this presentation. And I just appreciate the port not maximizing or using our leverage to add more pressure to taxpayers and community members by maximizing our tax levy abilities. And so I think that's a good thing for us to be conservative around that. And so I appreciate the work that you've done for sharing this today. And Director Steve Metrick, I appreciated just your last comments about providing some more analysis. And I would love when those analyses are being done to even consider what a 2% equity fund would look like for the Port of Seattle. I know we've talked about that in the past, but I think as you're thinking about those analysis, considering just the same way that we look at, or we have line items for our art program, to be able to have line items in our budget that looks at our equity investments would be interesting to see.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I have just a few questions. First, do we not use GEO bond revenue for environmental programs?
We have not.
Okay, so okay, perfect. Okay, and then how much, I've always been curious, how much of the levy, what is the delta between how much we are withdrawing from our tax authority and how much we have left? I don't think I've ever heard, this is how much we can actually levy up to. I've only heard what percentage we are levying up to. Is there a dollar amount that we are aware of?
Yes, so the maximum levy amount is on slide 10, $113 million for 2023. So the port could levy up to $113 million. What we are proposing is $30 million less than that. So that $30 million would be part of that dry powder that the port could tap into in the future.
So that's just 2023, but if we were to But it increases every year as well from, what is it, 2% every year?
It will grow approximately 2% each year. And we can levy up to that, but we can't go back and reclaim any foregone levy.
I thought we could, so what is, so,
So what I mean is that in 2022, the port could have levied 111 million, but instead levied 81 million. So we can't go back and claim that 30 million that we decided not to levy. What we can do is in the future levy up to what the new maximum is. So the new maximum will also be 30 million higher than what we are. So we could add 30 million to the tax levy. And maybe
so we're not actually banking funds, tax levy dollars.
Pardon?
So I'm
It's a reserve, right?
confused.
We're not Commissioner, we're not taking those funds in and then storing them. That's the potential that we could have raised them or could raise them. But there's a limit you can do within a given year too, Elizabeth, right?
Correct.
It's reserve capacity for us if you wanted to pass levy increases at a certain rate, or which would be, then you get that amount of revenue in a given year. But that's what they refer to as the reserve.
So I guess what you're saying is we're not capped, we are capped at a dollar amount, but we're not capped on the percentage rate or increase. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct.
Okay,
We are
I
capped
understand.
at $1.
Got it, okay. I think that is good enough for now. We'll go ahead and move on to the draft plan of finance. Thanks.
I'll turn it over to Scott.
Thanks, Elizabeth. Good afternoon. So let's start with the draft plan of finance. What is it? It's effectively the port's 5-year, the funding plan for the port's 5-year CIP, inclusive of its shared funding of the Northwest Seaport Alliance CIP. This plan is provided each year to the Commission as part of the budget process and is also used to help inform capital investment decisions throughout the year, i.e. outlining capital capacity. The plan of finance is developed on detailed operating and capital forecasts by our airport and non-airport lines of business, including the Northwest Seaport Alliance. And like any forecast, there will be changes, and this plan was created to be flexible and to help ensure continued financial sustainability. And we do this by developing the funding plan around established financial targets, which we'll talk about on the next slide. Next slide, please. So when we talk about key financial targets, what we're primarily focused on is liquidity and debt service coverage. So these management targets help the port manage around financial uncertainty associated with our forecasts by providing some level of cushion for income variability, as Elizabeth noted previously. So in other words, the port's future debt capacity is constrained by the need to maintain these liquidity and debt service target levels throughout our forecast period. So within the table, you can see the financial targets are a little different between the airport and non-airport, and that's based on the nature of each business and their associated risk profiles. So looking at minimum revenue bond debt service coverage, this represents net income for the airport and the non-airport businesses divided by the revenue bond debt service for each. We've got 1.25 times coverage for the airport, which is built into the current airline agreement. In reality, we're actually targeting a higher 1.4 times debt service coverage at the airport. For the non-airport businesses, we're up at a higher level of 1.8 times debt service coverage, and that's based on the higher risk profile for those businesses specifically. In terms of liquidity and the minimum cash balance, the ADF, Borgen had mentioned this on the October 11th briefing. They're targeting an 18-month, an ADF fund balance equal to 18 months of O&M at the airport. That target is expected to be reached by, that should be 2025. The 2023 target is currently estimated around 15 months. For our non-airport, we're talking about the general fund equal to 12 months O&M for the non-airport businesses, and we are currently above that target in the general fund. But as we progress through the forecast period, we expect to draw that down towards, or actually to its target level. Next slide, please. So we can go over this pretty quickly. As mentioned previously, the draft plan of finance combines all the businesses of the port, including both the airport and non-airport businesses. But from a funding perspective, we need to bifurcate between the airport and the non-airport. And that's largely driven by the FAA regulations around the airport, which require revenues generated at the airport to remain at the airport, as you know, and thus not used to support non-airport investments. Moving to the non-airport side, which is much of the tax levy discussion that Elizabeth gave, and much of the remaining slides were really focused on the non-airport. What we're talking about is primarily the port share of the Northwest Seaport Alliance, the Maritime Division, and the Economic Development Division. From a capital funding perspective, these businesses share resources and rely on a combination of operating revenues and revenue bonds, as well as tax levy and GO bonds. They also have some unique funding sources, such as capital grants and more recently, the harbor maintenance tax. Next slide, please. One more. Thank you. So the non-airport CIP totals approximately $849 million over the 5-year period. The chart on the left shows the annual capital spending, that $849 million by year during the forecast period. And as you can see, the forecasted spending in each year during this period is actually greater than our prior maximum annual spending for our non-airport businesses, which was way back in 2009. So there's a couple takeaways from this graph. I think one is we are forecasting a significant increase in our capital spending, non-airport capital spending overall, as many key projects sort of move through that cone of uncertainty. So as they wind down design and ramp up construction over the next several years. Stephanie Jones-Stebbins and Dave McFadden briefed you on many of those key projects at your last meeting. And then also in terms of timing, it's probable that many of these cash flows will start to smooth out as we progress through the next several years, and that may have an impact on the overall funding plan, but we feel comfortable in our ability to maintain the necessary flexibility. Next slide, please. So the funding of this CIP, you can see we've calculated about 57% is expected to be funded from operating sources, that is operating cash and revenue bonds, which leveraging operating income. Just one caveat, future revenue bonds for the non-airport really aren't expected until 2025 at the earliest, based on when those businesses regain capacity under those previously mentioned financial targets, specifically the debt service coverage requirement. We have tax levy sources expected to fund about 35% of the CIP, which this includes levy cash and both existing and future GO bonds. And then there's also a smaller portion that is funded with other sources, so that includes capital grants, so that's both port grants as well as the port's 50% share of Northwest Seaport Alliance grants. And then we also have some assumptions built in around some harbor maintenance tax revenues. We've coordinated with the Northwest Seaport Alliance on the status of the HMT and have incorporated those or some of those into our funding plan that we think are reasonably conservative. A reminder that HMT funds are restricted and that the Northwest Seaport Alliance and the home ports really only benefit from those funds once they've been spent. You will have a Northwest Seaport Alliance budget study session later this week, and this will be discussed in more detail. Next slide, please. So, talking about trends a little bit over the past couple of years, we're starting or continuing to see a shift away from the use of levy resources in funding our non-airport capital plan towards revenue resource. And there's a couple reasons for it. One, the capital plan in general is becoming larger and is supported by improved operating forecasts as we continue to navigate out of the pandemic. The shift is also, however, being influenced by decreasing availability of tax levy resources for capital funding purposes. And that's really being done as we see increasing demands for the levy for non-capital purposes, such as paying for certain operating expenses, certain community programs, as well as environmental cleanup liabilities that Elizabeth had mentioned previously. And as she noted, we take a longer-term view when developing our funding plan. So we're really weighing the needs of the tax levy in the short term versus those needs in the longer term and generating this plan. The chart there provides a snapshot of the funding composition in this year's plan of finance compared to last year. So that's a rolling 5-year period, not a perfect apples to apples, but you can see the trend shifting from levy to operating revenues. And this, if you took this chart and went back even a year or two previously, that you would see that same trend continue. So this is effectively a continuation of a trend that we've been seeing for the past several years. And Elizabeth noted, while the improved operating forecasts, are a positive, there are inherent risks associated with those as they are less stable and less more difficult to forecast than the tax levy, which we're going to cover on the next slide. Next slide, please. So the chart on the left illustrates some of the income forecast variability that we've talked about. So the left bar shows our forecasted 2023 net income back in 2019 compared to what our 2023 budget is now. So what did we think 2023 was going to look like back in 2019 versus what do we think it's going to look like now? And as you can see, it's a much lower amount. So much of this drop can be explained by the pandemic, but if you look back, several decades prior, there's been other instances of similar income volatility. Elizabeth mentioned the Great Recession. We had some container turmoil, some other things that it's not, while we don't plan for them specifically, we do know that there are risks out there that we have to manage around. So, and the port needs to be prepared, even though they are difficult to forecast. In the funding plan we've developed, we've retained financial flexibility, and as we've noted, the risk of over-optimism is viewed to be a little greater than the risk of pessimism. Next slide, please. One more, please. So I'll go through these two slides pretty quick here. Morgan Anderson and Carrie Stevens briefed you on the airport capital plan at your last, so I don't need to spend a lot of time, but as you know, there's a airport capital plan totaling $4.6 billion. It includes about 175 different capital projects, including 5 mega projects. Next slide, please. The funding of this capital plan will come primarily from revenue bonds. That's both existing revenue bonds that we've issued over the past couple of years, in addition to some expected future revenue bonds likely to be needed as early as next year or probably 24 at the latest. It also includes operating cash, and the airport does have some unique other funding sources that do contribute to their capital plan, and that's grant funding. They have almost $352 million assumed in the plan, and they also have some other funding sources in the form of PFCs and CFCs. Next slide, please. So this chart provides a forecast of the port-wide revenue bond debt service coverage, and this is a really important outcome of our plan. Debt service coverage is an industry standard measure of financial sustainability and is a metric that rating agencies and investors emphasize. Port-wide debt service coverage, as shown here, represents net income from both airport and non-airport businesses divided by by port-wide revenue bond debt service. The port's forecasted debt service coverage levels shown in this graph are consistent with our strong historical coverage levels, which are a significant driver behind the port's strong credit ratings and our successful bond issuances. I will note the downward trend that you're seeing here is really being driven by the airport capital plan. So it's typical. This is not unexpected. With issuers that have large capital programs, as mentioned before, the overall debt service coverage levels remain very strong. I will note that these levels are actually better than what we provided a year ago. Next slide, please. So the final slide here is just outlining some of the key finance initiatives that may be brought forward to the commission in the next year or so. As we mentioned previously, the airport does fund a significant amount of their capital program with revenue bonds. As we get through year end, we'll assess whether any new bonds will be needed in 2023. The port also has certain outstanding revenue bonds that are callable next year, and we may be able to refund for interest savings depending on market condition. We continuously monitor for those opportunities and have been successful in recent years, specifically in lowering our debt service costs. We will also continue to manage around our variable rate credit agreements and renewals over the next year. And lastly, we are expecting to select a new pool of underwriter banks in 2023. We use a pool of investment banks to provide banking and underwriting services for our bond issuances. A new pool is selected every 5 to 7 years, and the most recent was back in 2016. Our current pool consists of a mix of bigger Wall Street banks as well as mid-size and small-size WIMB banks. We expect to proceed with a similar approach during this next selection. We have included some reference materials in the appendices, a lot of good detail back there, but I'm happy to answer any additional questions you may have. Otherwise, this concludes my presentation.
Excellent. Thank you very much. We'll open it up to questions. Commissioner Hasegawa.
Can you just repeat the very last part that you said about the banks? Sorry.
About the underwriter pool?
The very last part.
Yeah, so we've got a pool of underwriting banks that assist us when we issue bonds, underwrite the bonds. So I think there's 9 or 10 now. I think there was a merger of 2 of them. So it's a pool that we have that help us navigate through bond issuances with investors. So every bond issue that we have, we select from our pool certain banks to help. Not all the banks help on every one, but we typically rotate. And we renew the pool every 5 to 7 years. So next year we'll be in year 7 of our existing pool, and we're going to be renewing that pool at that point. And it's a mix of larger banks and smaller WIMB banks. We have goals associated with those that we incorporate. I think our pool right now, we have 5 smaller banks and 6 bigger banks. So it's certainly a goal of ours to be inclusive. So.
Different question for a different forum, so no further questions on that. Thank you.
Excellent. Commissioner Mohammed.
No questions, thank you.
Great. I have a few questions. I feel like I always learn something new every time Elizabeth and your team presents. I'm curious, on slide 31, when we talk about 1.6, the debt coverage being 1.6, that's the aggregate, right? Both non-airport and airport?
Correct.
Okay, and then do we have any idea how the debt coverage will be post-2027, given that we're doing Concourse S and many other projects? Will we hover around that number going forward?
Yes, we do look further ahead, and we do expect that the coverage will be at a similar level, fluctuating a little bit, but still strong.
The 1.4 target, where does that number come from? Is that just?
Yeah, I can take that one. There was a affordability study done at the airport several years ago with a consultant who was looking at the airport capital program in addition to the planned, or the potential SAMP program, and to identify provide recommendations on what an appropriate level of coverage would be. And I think that's a big driver of where the 1.4 came from. So they know the 4.6 billion capital plan that's presented here, has these large projects, but there's a whole other set of potential SAMP projects in the horizon too that they want to make sure that they're mindful of as they, plan ahead. And so issuing debt now, not over issuing with that on the horizon. So.
Yeah, I guess the reason I ask is if SAMP was factored into our 1.4 debt coverage, and we haven't even started SAMP, and we're already at 1.6, that doesn't give us much room. And so I'm wondering if we've done any projections on how, this is why I asked, what does the debt coverage look like past 2027? Because SAMP will inevitably be past 2027. So I'm wondering, are we stacking capital projects too much on the aviation side where we will blow past that 1.4 target?
We actually have, it's something of an iterative process. So the airport, they have the minimum 125, which is tied to the airline lease agreement, but then they target the 1.4, which means that there's more cash available to cash fund some of the projects, as well as debt funding. And we have existing bonds that roll off as they mature, which frees up some capacity. And over the last number of years, we've been working with our debt structure to try and make sure that we have that future capacity. So we're not issuing bonds that are so long that we just have that stacking of debt service on debt service, so that we're managing the debt service to meet our targets and fund the projects that need to be funded.
The 1.25 number, I didn't actually know this, but is that part of our SLOA? That the airlines negotiate that with us as far as how much we can lever? Okay.
That's correct.
Okay, that's good to know. All right, I think that's the only question I had for you. Steve, did you want to add anything to that, or?
No, I appreciate your endurance, I guess, on this, but I think, again, talking about short term, but the team is really looking at long term. And I think that we appreciate your questions on that, to look forward and get back to you with some thoughts about that. Making sure we keep that, and let me just say for the team here, to continue to do that analysis that keeps us, it's that responsible financial management that gives us the good rates on our bonding and allows us to make those investments, which in turn produce the revenues, which allow us to do well so we can do good, so.
Yeah, I think I'm just a little concerned given the rate of inflation, the interest rates going up, right? I trust you all to be able to forecast as accurately as possible, but obviously, as the further we go out, the less predictable things are, so.
And that's why, let me reflect back on that gap of, if something comes up, we do have some reserve capacity in our tax levy capacity.
It's true.
If that was necessary to do that. But as you notice, we're far below that. 2% is far below where we think we're going to end for inflation for the year, but we think that's a reasonable amount based on all of our analysis to do that and balancing the different equities that we have.
Excellent. All right. Well, that concludes our business meeting agenda for the day. Are there any closing comments at this time or motions relating to committee referrals from commissioners? All right, hearing none, I would like to thank the Raceback Aviation High School students again for joining us today, and our community partners for coming to participate in our meeting today. I also want to take a moment to express the Port's thanks and gratitude to the Museum of Flight for hosting us at their facility today. Executive Director McTeer, any closing comments?
Again, thank you for your endurance. It was a lot of important information that we passed today, including to see the young students. That was a good lift off.
Absolutely. Well, hearing no further comments and having no further business, if there's no objections, we are adjourned today at 4:09 p.m. Thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you all.
Oh,
Good job, everybody.
got a standing ovation.